Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for another day, another session, and we look forward to achieving as much as possible today. Who knows? Maybe achieve all that we set out to achieve. So tomorrow could be a wellness break day. How is that? But we will take our time sufficient to get the productivity that is necessary and the outputs. All right, so as said last evening, we would begin this morning with items 6.1, then to 6.2, 6.4, 6.3, 3.5, then 3.6. That's the proposed schedule up to lunchtime. So I go to item 6.1, amendments to the Pan American Sanitary Bureau staff regulations and rules. Bringing to your attention document CE 17224 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. Barillas, Director of the Department of Human Resource Management of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. Here she is, and will yield the floor to the President of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget, and Administration to report on the particular item. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. I shall now read out the summary of the report on Agenda Item 6.1, Amendment to the Pan American Sanitary Bureau Staff Rules and Regulations. The subcommittee reviewed the amendments to the staff rules and regulations. It was informed that the amendments reflected the recommendations made by the International Civil Service Commission to the United Nations General Assembly. The amendments were made in the interest of good human resource management and to maintain consistency in conditions of employment between PAHO and other organizations in the United Nations Common System. One of the amendments combines the entitlements to maternity and paternity leave under a single heading of parental leave. The aim of this amendment is to promote equality in professional opportunities and provide both parents with the opportunity to spend time with their children following birth or adoption. In the subcommittee's discussion of the report, it was requested that a more detailed technical explanation of the process for adopting the recommendations of the International Civil Service Commission be included in the document to be prepared for the Executive Committee. With regard to paternal leave, the Bureau was encouraged to emphasize that the gestational parent should have a priority when requesting such leave. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report on this item.
Thank you very much. And I now yield the floor to Dr. Barillas to present the item.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Director, distinguished members of the Executive Committee. Good morning, everyone. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to introduce the summary of this document, the amendments to the Pan American Sanitary Bureau Staff Regulations and Rules. The substantive amendments to the staff regulations reflect the recommendations by the International Civil Service Commission, and as was mentioned by the chair of the SPBA, the intention is to keep consistency in the conditions of employment between the Pan American Health Organization as well as other organizations in the United Nations Common System in the light of the experience and for the benefit of best practices in managing human resources. I would like to emphasize that PAHO is considered an organization of the United Nations Common System due to its position as a regional office of WHO for the Americas, and therefore, with the approval of the governing bodies, it amends the rules and regulations of the staff in order to keep a consistency with the salaries, allowances, and benefits as established in the UN Common System. Regarding salaries of officers in higher categories, I'd like to say that current minimum salaries for professional categories and the levels of protection for revenues were increased in 2.28%. This was done through the common method of consolidation, which has to do with increasing the base salary and commensurately reducing post-adjustment multiplier points in post-adjustment adjustment, resulting in no change to net take-home pay. Now, regarding salaries of those who hold positions that are not classified, as well as the position of the director, I would like to say that for these positions, we need to follow the same review using the customary consolidation method, which brings no change to the net salary. The corresponding modifications appear in Appendix 1 of the rules and regulations and appear in Annex B of the document. The financial implications related to these amendments in the increase of base salaries, minimum base salaries, is of $1.2 million a year throughout the entire United Nations system, and for the office, $12,000 a year. Now, in connection with the allowance for children with disabilities, the United Nations General Assembly approved as a compensation measure an increase in the allowance for children with disabilities, which shall increase in $787 per child per year. This means that it will go from $5,858 to $6,645 per child per year. However, they did not approve a similar increase in the dependent child allowance. As a result, Staff Rule 340.2 will be amended to delink the calculation of the allowance of children with disabilities and the other allowance.
Por año.
The estimate is of $5,500 a year for Bajo, which can be adjusted depending on the amount of personnel that is eligible for this allowance. In connection with official holidays and Staff Rule 620, it specifies that the observance of 10 official holidays per year for PASB personnel. In 2021, on June 19th, this became a federal holiday, the day of Juneteenth, for government employees in the United States. Bearing in mind the fact that the United States is a host country for Bajo, and in keeping with the initiative of inclusion and diversity of Bajo WHO, it is believed that it is important to recognize this day as one of the official holidays of Bajo.
Como referencia, quisiera mencionar que dentro del régimen
As a reference, I'd like to say that within the UN Common System,
oscila entre 9 y 11.
the number of holidays increases from 10 to 11, and it varies. With the inclusion of Juneteenth, the number of official holidays given to the staff would increase from 10 to 11 days a year.
Terminarían
This according to the official national calendar. As regards parental leave, in keeping with that which was approved by the General Assembly of the UN, with the purpose of promoting uniformity in the application of benefits for staff under the common UN system, the proposed modifications combine these rights under one title, parental leave, and 26 weeks of leave shall be given to gestational parents and 16 weeks for non-gestational parents for fixed-term appointments. For staff with temporary appointments, entitlement will be for 13 weeks for gestational parents and 8 weeks for non-gestational parents.
The purpose of this new policy is to favor equal opportunity, professional opportunities between men and women, besides giving men the possibility of being closer to their children from birth or adoption. Taking into account that the parental rights permit are an important part of a package that assists organizations to attract and retain the best talent, it was believed that it was crucial that the common regime of the United Nations should adopt the best practices as an preferred employer. With this, I conclude my presentation of the amendment to the staff rules and regulations, and I am available for any question you might have in connection with these changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now open the floor to the plenary for any comments, discussions. I see none, no indication. Okay, so there's nothing to respond to then, I'm assuming. Director, would you like to comment? Director? No, well, no, I was asking
Director,
director if he, yes.
Thank you. I'm surprised that, because in general, we have many comments about this item, so I don't know, maybe I'll take this as a good sign, because they used to say in my country that when you have no comment after the presentation, it's because you totally agree what you said, or the disagreement is so huge that you don't know how to start explain that. So hopefully this is the first option that you have here. But I think that as Dr. Barillas presented, the Director of Human Resources, the changes that you have made are aligned with the UN changes in order to provide more equitable conditions from our staff, male and female staff. At the same time, the changes in the salaries are no gains, no losses. It's just a movement, but we don't have a real increase. And I think that, as Dr. Barillas mentioned this, I think that it is important to have these updates to guarantee that the package of benefits that we are offering is similar to the other UN agencies, so we can stay competitive with them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And the floor is open again. No, not really. All right. Yes. Oh, okay. Uruguay. So worked. Uruguay.
Thank you very much. I apologize. Just thinking about the role of caregiver in a family. If we look at the current situation we find ourselves in, we should recognize that caring for our children doesn't just fall to mothers, but also to fathers, and that organizations, internationally ones and internationally and by country, is starting to assimilate this, that it's not a bad thing for parents to also get parental leave. And so I think that's great that there's this sense of unity in an organization where this is so important, such as in our organization, to set the example for countries about equality and caregiving in our family. That's a very important pillar for this organization.
Thank you very much. I think that was an important point. I don't know if you want me to double back for your comments on it, or yeah, please.
I thank you, Mr. President. We are pleased to see that the changes we've made to our policies, made with your agreement, the organization indeed does try to align its policies such that our policies are family friendly, especially because our compensation package at the UN is not as competitive as it used to be. So all of these benefits are a part of the overall benefits package. And so it is very important for us to be competitive in the labor market. And furthermore, as said by the Uruguayan delegate, it's the right thing to do. So thank you very much for your support, and we will continue to work along the same lines.
Okay, thank you very much. So at this point, I'm going to ask the rapporteur to present the proposed resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I shall read the proposed resolution. Amendments to the Pan American Sanitary Bureau Staff Regulations and Rules of the 172nd session of the Executive Committee. BP1. Having considered the amendments to the staff rules of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau submitted by the Director in Annex A to document CE 172/24. BP2, acknowledging the recommendation of the International Civil Service Commission in its 2022 annual report to increase the base floor salary scale for the professional and higher categories and pay protection points by 2.28% on a no loss, no gain basis, and PASB's implementation of that recommendation as of January 2023. BP3, taking into consideration the actions of the 75th World Health Assembly regarding the remuneration of the regional directors, assistant directors general, and the deputy director general based on the United Nations General Assembly's approval of the amended base floor salary scale for the professional and higher categories on a no loss, no gain basis. BP4, bearing in mind the provisions of Staff Rule 020 and Staff Regulation 3.1 of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. BP5, recognizing the need for uniformity in the conditions of employment of staff of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau and the United Nations Common System agencies. Resolves OP1, to confirm, in accordance with Staff Rule 020, the staff rule amendments that have been made by the Director effective January 1st, 2023, concerning the remuneration of staff in the professional and higher categories and the change in allowance for children with disabilities, and the staff rule amendments that have been made to the Director effective January 1st, 2023, regarding parental leave and the number of official holidays. OP2, to establish the annual salary of the Assistant Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau beginning on 1 January 2023 at $191,565 before staff assessments, with a corresponding net base salary of $141,933. OP3, to establish the annual salary of the Deputy Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau beginning on 1 January 2023 at $193,080 before staff assessment, with a corresponding net base salary of $142,933. OP4, to establish the annual salary of the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau beginning on 1 January 2023 at $212,632 before staff assessments, with a corresponding net base salary of $155,837. After that comes the appendix, and if you would allow, I will not read it. It is in the documents that have been submitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, I'll yield the floor to the plenary for any comments on the resolution, draft resolution. Okay. I see none. I therefore, because of the no objections, declare the resolution adopted. Thank you very much. So we move now to item 6.2, Human Resources Management in the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, and Dr. Barelas will remain as we discuss document CE 172/25 and bring this document to the attention of the committee, and we invite Dr. Bareilles to the president of the subcommittee to go through the document first. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will now read item 6.2, Human Resources Management in the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. The subcommittee received an update in March on the most important initiatives undertaken in the sphere of human resources during 2022, including the implementation of the Bureau's revised human resources strategy, the People Strategy 2.0. Updates were also provided on efforts to achieve gender parity in the Bureau's staff and to prevent and respond to cases of wrongdoing by staff. In the subcommittee's discussion of the report, support was expressed for the People Strategy 2.0. Delegates welcomed efforts to adopt a hybrid work model and update the intern policy. It was also considered essential to strengthen mechanisms for transferring knowledge as the organization moves toward a hybrid workplace and experiences a generational change in personnel. Concern was expressed about the decrease in the number of women in high-level positions, although it was acknowledged that the Bureau's efforts to achieve gender parity have led to an increase in the percentage of women serving as heads of country offices. Concern was also expressed about the percentage of the workforce made up of contingent workers. The Bureau is encouraged to consider allocating additional human resources to country offices, particularly in small island developing states, in order to provide strong technical support to help countries in realizing their health objectives, strengthening their health systems, and building the necessary capacity to enhance their resilience to future health emergencies. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report on this item.
Thank you very much. I now yield the floor to Dr. Bareilles to present the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Director, members of the directing or the executive committee, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak. This document, CE 172/25, sums up the management of human resources in the Pan American Sanitary Bureau during 2022 and provides workforce trends and statistics for the period between January 1st and December 15th of 2022. Unless otherwise specified, this is the period about which we're reporting. In 2022, the office celebrated 120 years of active work in the public health arena of the Americas, which in and of itself bears testament to the strength of the staff in this organization. Now, HR management is focused on prioritized activities in keeping with the 3 pillars of the staff strategy 2.0. Under pillars are agility, and we worked on the implementation of this. Competitive selection processes were undertaken for fixed positions, 50 for 100 position, 50 filled by men, 50 by women. These were filled by internal candidates. Under the pillar of functional optimization, the new internship policy was implemented. 82 interns were included. The Workday system was implemented. That's our HR management system, which is fully integrated with the human capital managerial system of the managerial information system of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. Consultants were contracted using this new mode. Return to the office or back to the office mode was resorted to, and a survey of commitment and follow-up on this was carried out by designing plans of action for each entity, the implementation of which will be monitored on a regular basis. In 99.5% of staff, well, they fulfilled the process of verification of eligibility for receiving benefits for dependents, and adjustments were made for those who did not comply with that. To optimize the use of the capacities of the information system, there was created a information dashboard for HR management under the pillar of innovation, and to address the gaps analysis and the learning process that kicked in the 10 modules of learning. We followed through on the emblematic learning programs, including leadership and management, complied or filled out or carried out by 12 women and 10 men. There was a language course, and the use of online learning platforms were used as a cost-effective tool that is available to all of the staff of the organization. Next, please. Now, this slide presents the report on the administration of justice system in the Bureau. There were 10 cases of alleged irregularities in which staff were involved. These were confirmed and led to disciplinary measures being meted out. Of these 2 cases, one didn't have any financial implications to the organization. In the second case, the amount was of $389, which was recovered in its entirety by the organization. The 2 staff members, one of the professional category and the other of general services, were immediately let go. Next slide, please. As regards statistics about staffing in the office, we see that by December 15th, 2022, the labor force was comprised of 2,359 staff members. Of that amount, 808, which make up 35%, were fixed contracts or temporary contracts. 1541, which is 75%, were individuals with other types of contracts known as contingent workers. The next slide. What we see in this chart is the difference in the trends of those appointed to fixed periods according to the different time periods between 2018 and 2022. Now, even though there was a rise relative to 2021, which you can observe that in 2018 to 2022, the fixed positions had a 54% or dropped by 54 people. And so, as said in the report, this drop resulted from the financial crisis and fiscal prudency measures that had to be implemented to meet long-term labor commitments. That said, I should also underscore that based on institutional planning of HR for 2022-2023, the Bureau has undertaken intense hiring activities to fill the fixed term positions which are critical within the framework of sustainability. Of course, those positions which are critical have been prioritized, and according to the fiscal prudence framework, the organization continues to fill those positions which are very important to, and especially to, ensure presence in countries. The next, please. This chart shows trends of the makeup of staff in the Bureau from 2018 to 2022. You can see a drop of 7% of fixed-term staff that I just referred to, and of 11.4% for temporary positions, as you can see in red. Regarding consultants, you can see a 74.6% rise. Now, we understand that this is of concern to the member states regarding the number of or temporary staff members. But this is how the organization managed to keep up its technical cooperation within the constraints of our financial wherewithal, but we have prioritized those positions which are essential, and that is the trend that we've had and continues. We still have a long way to go, but the organization is monitoring and staying abreast of which positions are essential to fill, and within our financial capabilities, that's exactly what we are doing. On this chart, you see the professional fixed-term positions held by women by December 15th of 2022. For grade 2 and above, 43% were held by women, all of which members of the executive management. Now, women also hold 43% of P5 to P1 positions, 46% of P4 or their national equivalent in N or D, and 59% of positions from P1 to P3 or the national equivalent. However, 51% of professional fixed-term positions of the organization are held by women. The office, however, should keep up its efforts to achieve parity in all these grades of P4 and above. That is why I reiterate the importance of our having policies which are family-friendly and to extend equitable or equal opportunities for men and women, because that is the foundation on which we will achieve gender parity in P4 positions and above. Next, please. This chart shows fixed-term professional positions held by women by December 15th of 2022. In gray, you see those positions held by men. In dark blue, you can see that in country offices, 47% of professional fixed-term positions are held by women. And in orange, you see that at headquarters, 53% of these positions are held by women, 51% of women overall, which you can see on top of the chart in light blue.
Esta diapositiva
This slide shows information about the breakdown of women in the different grades of the professional grade by December 15, 2022. At headquarters, 43% of the positions of B2 and above are held by women. For P1 positions, there are not women holding P6 positions. For P5 and P4, we see that women hold 52% and 53% respectively. In the country offices and centers that you can see on the right-hand chart, we see that women hold 63% of D1 positions and 50% of P5. For P4, or the national equivalent, in OD, women hold 39%, and for the national equivalent, 57% of positions are held by women. Next. By way of conclusion, this chart reflects trends in gender parity in category internationally hired professional positions of P4 to D2 from 2018 to 2022 regarding the number of women in P6, D1, and D2 positions, we see a drop of 2 percentage points during that time period. The number of women in P4 and P5 dropped by 2 percentage points. That said, the number of women that are representatives of PAHO and WHO, there was an 8 percentage point rise. As I said before, the Bureau is committed to continue working on achieving gender parity in our labor force, which is why we promote these inclusive policies to turn this organization into a well-positioned employer in the labor market that favors professional growth of women. That concludes my presentation, and I stand by for any questions or comments you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive presentation. I now open the floor to the plenary for any comments, discussions. I recognize the delegate from Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Argentina takes note of this report. We celebrate the commitment and the hard work carried out by the Bureau ever since it was created over the last 130 years, as well as the collaboration that has been undertaken to enhance health throughout the region of the Americas, especially during health emergencies, especially during this last pandemic. We continue to maintain that the labor force is the real strong point of this organization. We continue to support the 3 pillars of the staff strategy 2.0, given its element of innovation. Now, following the comment by Uruguay on gender equity, regarding the makeup of the of gender, it's nice to see that there's a greater parity in the professional and higher up levels between the genders, and that there's been an increase in the percentage of women holding positions of representatives of PAHO and WHO. We know there still is a lot of work to be done, but this is a good sign as we that we are achieving gender parity. Regarding trends in the labor force, we will stand by and stay abreast of the filling of critical fixed-term positions that are still vacant, and we're very pleased to see that a good percentage of the professional staff hired internationally appointed to fixed terms include Argentinian nationalities, and we look forward to seeing this be true for other nationalities in further filling vacancies.
Thank you very much, Argentina. The floor is open now to the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, distinguished colleagues. The United States welcomes this report and appreciates the efforts the Bureau undertook in 2022 to advance its People Strategy 2.0. We also appreciate the helpful information the report contains on personnel trends and statistics. The United States commends the Bureau for carrying out the skills and competencies gap analysis in 2022, as well as for engaging Gallup to carry out the organization's second externally conducted personnel engagement survey. We encourage senior management stakeholders to continue addressing the areas identified for improvement in those exercises. The United States commends PAHO on the progress it has made on gender representation across the organization. We nevertheless encourage the organization to remain focused on achieving further gains at the P6, D1, and D2 levels, where parity continues to lag notably behind. The United States appreciates the report's inclusion again this year of information on claims of wrongdoing handled during 2022. We are encouraged to see evidence that the Bureau has addressed the issues found and applied appropriate administrative and disciplinary actions where merited. We encourage PAHO to continue its efforts to ensure that its personnel, and importantly the populations among which PAHO performs its work, are aware of and have confidence in the organization's misconduct policies and accountability mechanisms, and we recognize we'll have further opportunity to discuss those in subsequent agenda items this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, United States of America. I now give the floor to Chile.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a question I'd like to ask. What does, prospectively, what does the organization expect to see regarding gender distribution or sex distribution? Do we want a 50-50, 50% men, 50% women? Do we want equity in this distribution of positions of responsibility? We have received a description, quite a good one, but what is your outlook, and what should we as country offices expect for PAHO in this regard?
I see. Oh, Mexico, please.
Good morning, Mr. President and colleagues. The delegation of Mexico recognizes the report just offered about the management of human resources in the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. Mexico recognizes in the staff of the organization's biggest wealth, because it's a labor force that keeps up the technical assistance that countries need to develop, strengthen, and carry out our capacities to have efficient, effective, and resilient healthcare systems. That's why we think that the report submitted now as being a highly valuable strategic document to offer the necessary and timely guidance to this organization regarding the management of human resources. That's why, in light of this report, our delegation is concerned that the number of contingent positions are nearly twice that of fixed staff. Now, I do know that that stems from budgetary difficulties. We do think that this is a trend that should be halted. This has also made it possible for us to see a rise in consultants that did make contributions for a given set of time. Does not necessarily strengthen the institution. That's why we celebrate that the same document does recognize, as part of this strategic plan, carrying out hiring for those, filling those critical positions to meet our mutually set goals. This strategy, the strategy that we suggest respectfully, would be that we continue working toward equitable distribution of countries of the region. We think that the intern program is very important because it's a generational change process, such as what we see here at PAHO, to have this mechanism that will make it possible for us to capture new talent that are innovative, that will make contributions to the activities of the organization. We don't fail to see the results of the Gallup survey, and we think that under the helm of Dr. Jarvis, we should work toward this commitment of staff. 58% of the survey respondents said that it seems that they are not committed to the organization. We urge the Secretariat to continue working toward gender equity at the PAHO headquarters, making sure that it's inclusive with equal opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there are no other comments, I will now ask Dr. Varillas to respond. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to thank everyone for their very encouraging comments, as were made by Argentina and by the U.S. We continue working, and the organization is committed to meeting its goals, targets, and its pillars with the People's Strategy. In connection with a question raised by Chile, thank you very much. That is an excellent question. Currently, we already have gender parity within the organization. 51% of the labor force is held by women, but our objective, our target is to get gender parity in positions of responsibility in managerial positions. It seems to me that that is precisely the equity that we're seeking, and that is why we're working within our possibilities in order to strengthen the training of women, the course on leadership and management as offered by the United Nations. We constantly offer that, and it's been going on for 3 or 4 years, precisely has as its main purpose that of providing women, those women that are already working for the organization, the possibility of developing and growing in matters of leadership. We do believe that this is the most important objective, and that is why we're working in order to achieve that. In connection with the comments made by Mexico, thank you very much. In fact, we do recognize that the trend that we have followed in order to hire more contingent workers must be stopped, and therefore we are filling these critical positions. And we are also looking into the inclusion of other contractual mechanisms for officials and not contingent personnel, for these to be sustainable contractual mechanisms that would enable the organization to have a fixed-term personnel hired by the organization so that we can take care of the needs of our member states. And obviously, our fellowship program has been very well received, so thank you very much for your comments in connection with these internships. And in connection with the Gallup survey, this poll, you will see it next year, but this year we launched a new poll in June in order to have control over how we're doing with the situation, how it is progressing within the organization. So far, we've already surpassed the level of participation that we had last year, but you will receive a fully detailed report when we come to the next cycle of meetings of governing bodies. So thank you very much for the support, and I hope that I've answered your questions and comments.
Thank you very much. And at this stage, I'll ask the director for any comments that he may have. Thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank Argentina, United States, Chile, and Mexico. These very, very important comments and questions that you have raised. Let me start about the Gallup engagement survey that was raised by the U.S. delegate and also the Mexico delegate. As Dr. Barilla mentioned, we are in the third phase, not third phase. This is the third time that we are running the Gallup engagement survey. And I think that it's important, as was highlighted, not only to have a measurement about how is the engagement of the whole organization, but also for each cost center, with the exception of the very small offices that you cannot have the survey. The office of the director, for instance, is so small that you cannot, if you have the survey, we know who will, probably we can guess who responded. But the good thing is that not only we have an assessment about the engagement, but this requires all the managers to develop a plan of action to address in a direct and constructive dialogue with the staff, to develop a plan of action to address the issues that were raised by the survey. So I think that this is really important, and for this reason, we have now this third round of the Gallup engagement survey. Let me switch to Spanish to make some comments about Chile, Argentina, and Mexico.
In connection with equity, the Director for Human Resources has already mentioned this, but our objective is to achieve a parity, and not only gender parity. I would like to have more Afro-descendants in the organization. I'd like to have more LGBT people in the organization. I'd like to have a more equitable representation between countries and subregions, because we still have subregions and countries that are underrepresented. PAHO has made significant progress, but we still have a long way to go. And I believe that this analysis that is done by category is important, because it is possible to identify where we've achieved some progress. For example, to have this increase of 8 percentage points with country representatives is important, because being a representative is an important position for the organization. It is the face of the organization in the country. But at the same time, it is striking to see that for unit department directors and centers and unit chiefs, more progress is to be made. One of the tools at our disposal, as was mentioned by Director Barillas, which is training, leadership and management training. We have in this current version more women than men. I believe that therein we could have many more women than men participating in a general way. We could have a larger number of women with the possibility of participating in selection processes in conditions of equality with men. So this is a vision that I have, and I believe that this is a commitment of the Secretariat to look for this parity. Now, regarding contingent workers, there are two factors to be considered. First of all, during the emergency, we received many funds, and that was well proven and shown during the finance report. Short-term funds, to respond to emergencies. And that also led to an increase in the number of contingent workers that in a natural way now is dropping. And at the same time, we have the different selection processes. Human resources is completely overwhelmed with this, working with the various areas with the selection processes that we see on the rise. So no doubt with the modernization of many processes, we reduce the need for some positions in administrative areas, because with all the modernization processes that have already been adopted and others that are underway and that will be completed towards the end of the year, no doubt we will have more automation, and there will be a reduction of the workload. At least from our point of view, we need to see a drop in the administrative workload that can bring with it some other efficiencies into the system. I would also like to talk about the interns, the fellowships, as has been mentioned, because all students are welcome. All those the young health professionals that are going through their master's degrees, their PhDs, are welcome. But without having a policy and without having support for these people that are now interns, it was greatly concentrated on interns from the U.S. because they're close to PAHO and they can survive. So it seems to me that this is also a way of having more people from other countries, from Central America, from countries in the Caribbean, that can come closer to PAHO, and thus to be able to further develop their knowledge and perhaps in the future to participate in our selection processes, which is the objective of achieving more equity and equality amongst all regions. So in a nutshell, we are moving on, continuing with the policy that was adopted by my predecessor, having financial management in a very careful way, because it seems to me that PAHO even today suffers from the post-traumatic stress from 2019. So we're trying to strike a balance with not having the risk aversion that we had that would end up limiting our possibility and our capacity to take technical cooperation as the greatest priority of the organization. And thus, we do see processes that, aside from that, as I said at the beginning, we now have a combination of the resources that were promised by headquarters, by WHO headquarters in Geneva, with our own resources, by going through a review of our presence in the various countries in order to expand our presence in the countries and to ensure better equality amongst all offices that we have. The relation, for many reasons, is that even among the key countries, something that you approved together with a strategic plan for 2020 to 2025, we now have significant differences in presence between these countries, our presence in these countries, and we're now looking for alternatives with our own resources from the budget that was approved for the next biennium. Most of it goes to countries, and if we add this up with the resources that we expect will arrive from Geneva in an equitable distribution amongst all regions, that will enable us to bring about significant changes in our presence in countries, in technical cooperation, and also in the protection of the organization. For example, we're very grateful for the generosity shown by countries that many a times go through the secondment of people to the office, but it is not good to have a national administrator who stays with us 10, 15, 20 years being responsible for the procurement of the country office, and someone who has relations with the local vendors or companies in the country. What is ideal is to have people, international people, that go from one country to the other one, that have no ties, no friendship ties, no family ties with any vendor or provider in the country. So besides strengthening the technical capacity, in that effort, the extra effort that we're making for these significant administrative actions, I believe that this will greatly strengthen the presence of the organization in the countries. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Director. So I would like to inform the committee that the discussions will be reflected in the final report. So thank you very much for that. Thank you. So may I move now to item 6.4, statement by the representative of the PAHO WHO Staff Association. And I'll bring document CE 172/27 to the attention of the committee and invite Mrs. Carolina Bascones, General Secretary of the PAHO WHO Staff Association, to give her presentation. Ms. Bascones, the floor is open to you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, distinguished members of the Executive Committee, members of the board sitting at the head table, distinguished participants of the committee, dear friends and colleagues from PAHO. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for providing this open space so that members of the association, and particularly the Staff Association, can communicate with member states and to be able to share with you all the relevant issues that have an impact on our staff. Therefore, our staff offer their greetings, and we commit and confirm our commitment with the organization and our cooperation with the good management by the director. My statement as the elect representative by the Staff Association is taking place after a long consultation process that began in November 2022. And it was done in person with several colleagues representing the Staff Association in our country offices and Pan American centers. And in order to offer you a summary of the document that we bring to your attention, we would like to emphasize three strategic priorities. Regarding one of these strategic priorities is a conflict resolution. And what this is about is to have processes and mechanisms so that the staff can have access and file claims and manage conflicts and disputes. Therefore, we ought to review the relevance or not of certain services and how to improve these. In this review, we have to reflect upon things and innovate and look for models that have proven to be effective. In this regard, we're holding conversations, and we've made progress in this dialogue in order to restructure the current constitution of the conflict resolution system and the terms of reference that will be focused essentially on that area. From the Staff Association, we've always participated in this effort, and with the best constructive spirit, we will continue to do that. We believe that the reform of the entities that are part of the conflict resolution process ought to include an allocation of resources so that they can perform their duties adequately. And we believe that we should emphasize activities related to prevention and mediation. In the last stage, it ought to be litigation. That should be the last resort. Efforts should be made in prevention. We believe that the only way of ensuring and guaranteeing the implementation of the prevention and response program when dealing with the sexual exploitation and abuse, the strategy that is being headed by the Ethics Office, is by having the necessary mechanisms in order to process cases and to solve them with a due process. In that regard, we stress our complete alignment with the proposal submitted by the director to have key performance indicators established. Regarding health and well-being of the staff, this strategic line of action, staff health and well-being, it's proven to be quite effective. And as has been pointed out by the Director of Human Resources, now it is a part of the package in attracting talent. We expect, we hope, and we continue to welcome to deepen these activities in prioritizing mental health and give it the necessary visibility. It is part and parcel of the staff and of their well-being. Thus, we are committed with supporting structural efforts that are being deployed in order to promote the mental well-being, psychological and emotional well-being, especially in duty stations where those services are not readily available. In this regard, we welcome the creation of the post of a staff counselor in the Health and Welfare Unit. There is no health without mental health, and we must walk the talk. The third point, the third priority with our lines of work with the organization is a performance evaluation. We welcome the initiative taken by the Human Resource Office regarding the office and the evaluation instrument. The association has committed itself to this effort, and we will be linked to it from several committees with which we are cooperating. We believe that this evaluation, the performance assessment, is essential in order to make decisions on the staff, being classifications, turnover, prices, awards, recognitions, and particularly to identify the learning gaps. It is clear that through this performance assessment, we will also be able to strengthen the capacities of managers and supervisors in order to bring about a cultural change in the sense of having an exercise and management of supervision in a more rational, coherent, and transparent way. We will all benefit from this if we consider and set as a goal to bring together performance assessment with corporate processes. Also, we support the initiative taken that within the framework of this performance assessment, priority be given to the issues of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I would like to open some brackets here as a result of the comments that I heard in connection with gender equity. The Staff Association and I have been staff for a long time. We've been constantly supporting. At the beginning, we did gender equity, and then we moved to gender parity. And the statistics that we observe are very positive. It is true that we ought to reinforce and to strengthen what we've been discussing with the director, the issue of diversity and also inclusion. But there's a whole set of variables that have not cropped up, And these statistics do not show the time that it takes for a woman to reach those positions vis-a-vis the time that it takes a man. So it seems to me that it is high time for us to go into the nitty-gritty, the detail, and to move forward in that direction. Equity comes because of these times, and there are many variables that can have an impact on this, but we should not dwell exclusively on saying that one of the variables is a family. We have a very well-established team dealing with gender, and I am certain that they will be able to contribute broadly with this initiative to the staff office. And it is not in the document, but let me tell you that out of this conversation, this came out, and I wanted you to be kept abreast about our position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We now open the floor to the plenary for any comments. United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States thanks the Staff Association representative for her statement and for her very constructive recommendations. We encourage the Secretariat to give due consideration to the issues and recommendations raised in the staff representative's statement regarding the human resources strategy, staff health and well-being, sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment, and the internal justice system. We also encourage the Secretariat to consider pursuing the active bystander campaign recommended in the statement. Finally, we would like to express our sincere appreciation for the dedication of all PAHO staff to advancing the organization's critical work, especially during this transition period out of the COVID-19 public health emergency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hand the floor now to Chile.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chile would like to express its gratitude for the presentation made by the Staff Association. This is a positive presentation that brings to our attention various proposals. It is essential to have the presence of a staff association that brings together men and women workers in any political or technical space that we're dealing with. Therefore, I would also wish to express my gratitude to the organization, to PAHO and its director, in giving due space, equal space to all the other statements. Thank you to the Staff Association and thank you to the director.
Thank you very much. I see no other indication of input, so I would ask now Ms. Vasconez to respond, please.
Muchas gracias. Más bien, no tengo nada más que.
Thank you very much. I have nothing else to say but simply to stress the comments made previously in the sense that we will continue supporting and following the good performance of this organization. And you can rest assured that the Staff Association is not only for internal use. We are interested in continuing to have the support of the member states for the mission, the very important mission of this lofty and important institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to start thanking Mrs. Vasconez and the Staff Association, because I think that the Staff Association is an organization that represents very well our staff is always presenting their demands. I think that, and doing that, this is a very important contribution to improve the human resource management in the organization. I think that they also have been engaged in all the discussions in the organization, presenting the situation. Sometimes I think that the best way to know what is really happening in the departments, in the countries, is when they can reach out the staff association, and the staff association immediately present the problems, the situations to the organization. We have established a common agenda that was presented by the Staff Association at the beginning of my administration, and we are going each one of the topics that they presented in order to find the better options, the better alternatives to address the very important topics that they have raised at the beginning. So we are working together with them, respecting, of course, the different roles that you have. But I fully agree with the USA comments about this positive and constructive way that the Staff Association has been working during the so many years that they are. As Mrs. Bascones mentioned, the conflict management system is one important topic that we want to review, to see how it is working, what we can do to improve the processes, the different center institutions, offices that participate in this system, so the staff, our staff knows exactly what are the different roles, and we have the processes being running smoothly and being totally transparent and providing, translating into concrete actions our position, that is a PAHO's position that we have had for so many times, that PAHO cannot be tolerant with any kind of disrespect, abuse, harassment in the organization. So I think that it's very important that PAHO needs to be a place where our staff feels comfortable, respected, and happy to work. So I think that this is really a very important topic. About the prevention and response to sexual misconduct, harassment, abuse, and exploitation, we will have this topic. This topic will be presented, so I will not make a comment now. I always agree with Mrs. Bascones that, and this was a request also from the Staff Association, to have this counselor. That was very important because she is specialized in work environment stress. I don't know if this is the correct field of the specialization, but is a person that is very, very well qualified. And in a very sad episode that you had recently with your staff that affected emotionally the whole department, she played a very important role that was fully recognized. And clearly, she can provide another alternative, as Mrs. Bascones said, before litigation, to solve problems, to solve some problems of relationship that you have among our staff, and this is very important. We are also in the process to review our performance assessment. This was, I think, that also mentioned in the audit report that we received recently, but this is part of the process that we are doing to improve our capacity to provide a better performance assessment. The system that we use has many years already, and we have identified some problems that it has. Sometimes it cannot get what are the weaknesses that the supervisor wants to reinforce, no clear indication about how to have an objective assessment about outstanding, exceeding performances. So this will be, until the end of this year, will be reviewed, because we want to start next year with new performance assessment in place, modernized, and of course, I think addressing this process. I think that's also very important, this point raised by Mrs. Bascones, not only to have the picture, but to see the movie. So sometimes if a woman needs 10 years to get a higher position and a man only 2 or 3 years of, this is, I think, that's not indication that you need to take into account. And finally, about the key performance indicators, this is we are starting implementing 3 very critical areas, because sometimes we have a very, very important process in the organization that we need to review them, we need to benchmark, and we need to establish goals, we need to identify with key performance indicators where are the bottlenecks that we need to address together to improve the efficiency in the organization. So I want finally to, again, to thank and to recognize the very important role that our staff association has played in the organization for many, many years, and we will continue working together to make IPARO a better place, or the best place to work in the Americas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. Okay, so just to inform the committee that the discussions will be reflected in the final report. And okay, I'm being advised that in keeping with PAHO being the best place to work in the Americas, we should take a coffee break at this point in time. Good employee relations, how is that? So let's take a 15-minute break and then we get back. I think we're going very well so far. Thank you very much. CE 172/26 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Philip Macmillan, Manager of Ethics Office of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to present. He's already at the head table to present his report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, Executive Committee members and observers, PAHO Director, esteemed colleagues, it is a pleasure to be here again with all of you. As the manager of PAHO's ethics program, I am pleased to present a brief overview of document CE 172/26, update on preventing and responding to sexual exploitation and abuse in the Pan American Health Organization. In international aid and technical cooperation organizations, there is no greater breach of trust than for someone to misuse the privileges of their position and engage in sexual exploitation and abuse of the very people they are entrusted to serve. The Secretariat recognizes the essential responsibility it has to protect its personnel and the people in the local communities served by PAHO from this type of egregious behavior. As mentioned last year, PAHO is still not aware of any allegation of sexual exploitation and abuse involving its personnel or anyone collaborating with the organization. In 2022, as will be reported by PAHO's chief investigator, 2 allegations of sexual harassment were received from PAHO personnel and investigated. To date, no reports of possible sexual exploitation or abuse have been received from people outside the organization. During the past year, several activities and initiatives have been undertaken to further the organization's efforts to promote an ethical culture and help prevent and respond to sexual exploitation, sexual abuse, and sexual harassment. However, much more still needs to be done to prevent this type of abhorrent conduct from occurring in PAHO, underscore that PAHO has zero tolerance for all forms of sexual misconduct and for inaction, make victims and bystanders feel comfortable speaking up, ensure timely investigations and effective victim-centered services, and hold perpetrators accountable under the organization's rules and policies and local laws when necessary. The PAHO policy on preventing sexual exploitation and abuse was issued in April 2021. This policy has already been updated to take into account lessons learned and the latest practices in the international community. Important changes include clarifying that the policy applies to everyone who receives services and assistance from PAHO, and not merely to individuals who are considered as beneficiaries within the strict meaning of that term. Incorporating more of a victim survivor-centered approach with a focus on medical, psychological, legal, and social economic support and services. Expounding on the avenues for reporting allegations of sexual misconduct. And assuring people who come forward that their allegations will be fully investigated and that they will be protected from retaliation. These updates to the policy are an interim measure pending the development of a new comprehensive policy on the prevention and response to sexual misconduct. The new policy, which will be developed later this year, will address a full range of sexual misconduct that could potentially occur inside or outside of the workplace, involving PAHO personnel or anyone collaborating with the organization. Effectively preventing and responding to sexual exploitation and abuse requires resources and commitment. With funding provided by the World Health Organization, 2 dedicated positions have been established in PAHO, a P5 senior advisor at headquarters and a P4 advisor in Venezuela. It was intended to fill these 2 positions through a global selection process undertaken by WHO. Unfortunately, however, the global selection process did not yield any suitable candidates for these 2 posts, both in terms of overall qualifications and Spanish language skills. As a result, the Secretariat was constrained to initiate its own selection process. Both posts were advertised, and interviews have been scheduled in early August for the P5 post at headquarters and will take place shortly thereafter for the P4 post in Venezuela. Efforts are also underway in collaboration with the health emergency departments in PAHO and WHO to secure funding for a dedicated position in Haiti. To be effective in preventing and responding to sexual misconduct, there must also be a strong commitment at the country level. To strengthen capacity in this area, part-time focal points have been nominated in every PAHO country office and center. Responsibilities include supporting the prevention and response to sexual misconduct, carrying out training and awareness-raising activities, and working with other UN agencies on joint initiatives. In February 2023, the first focal point training workshop was held at the PAHO WHO country office in Brazil. This workshop was attended by 39 focal points from every country office and center, as well as by senior leaders in PAHO and WHO. The main objectives of the workshop were to train the focal points on their important role at country level, create a robust and knowledgeable network, and build a strong community of practice. In terms of training, all personnel are required to take the Prevention and Response to Sexual Exploitation and Abuse training course developed by the United Nations. To date, the completion rate for this mandatory course is 90%, and the Ethics Office continues to strive to ensure full compliance. In addition to using the United Nations ClearCheck screening database, PAHO will soon begin carrying out worldwide criminal background checks and sex offender registry list verifications on everyone who's been selected for a position or assignment in the organizations. These measures, among the first in international organizations, will significantly enhance the screening process and help prevent unethical individuals from joining PAHO. Several measures have also been taken to make it easier for people to report suspected sexual misconduct, including allegations to be made verbally and reinstating the telephone component of the Integrity Helpline. Allowing people to speak to a live operator in any of the organization's 4 official languages will improve access to the helpline and make reporting easier, especially for people outside the organization. Finally, people who report suspected sexual misconduct must have confidence that their allegations will be carefully reviewed as part of an end-to-end process. Consequently, an important change was made to the investigative process in PAHO. Under the new process, all allegations of sexual misconduct will receive full investigations and cannot be closed at the preliminary assessment stage, and a report will be sent to management. This new approach also provides staff with the right of appeal if they are dissatisfied with the outcome of their complaint. Moving forward, PAHO has 3 important priorities for the prevention and response to sexual misconduct as follows. 1, filling the 2 professional posts in headquarters and in Venezuela and pursuing the creation of a dedicated position in Haiti. 2, developing a comprehensive policy on sexual misconduct. 3, preparing a comprehensive strategy to prevent and respond to sexual misconduct, including a risk assessment. We recognize that this is an important topic for member states, as it is for us, and we welcome any suggestions or comments that you may have. In closing, I wish to thank you for your kind attention this morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Macmillan. I now open the floor to the plenary for any comments. Floor is open. I recognize the United States of America first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to the Ethics Officer for this very helpful and informative presentation. The United States thanks the Bureau for this report and for the seriousness with which it is treating the prevention and response to sexual exploitation and abuse at PAHO. We are encouraged by how this report demonstrates many important lessons learned from the WHO experience during the 10th Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We especially welcome the Bureau's attention to strengthening PAHO's staff capacity, advancing its focal point system, boosting outreach activities, and improving its reporting mechanisms available to PAHO's diverse stakeholders. The United States welcomes the description of the important revisions to PAHO's policy on sexual exploitation and abuse, including the policy's incorporation of a victim and survivor-centered approach, as well as the assurance that all claims under the policy will receive full investigations with an investigative report sent to management. With appreciation also for the expanded policy application to those beyond a limited definition of beneficiary, we would note that the report's description of its coverage still appears to remain more limited than that of WHO's new sexual misconduct policy, which expressly extends coverage to members of the public in locations where WHO staff and/or collaborators operate. We would urge PAHO to adopt a similarly broad definition in its own forthcoming sexual misconduct policy to ensure the most comprehensive and appropriate coverage possible. The report notes that the Bureau's multidisciplinary working group on PRSEH is being reconstituted based on anticipated needs. We would appreciate more information on that reorganization, what that will entail, and we would encourage PAHO to ensure that the working group receives full support and active participation from stakeholders across the organization, and especially from senior management. We also look forward to future reporting on the working group's activities. We note and welcome the Bureau's consideration of instituting worldwide background checks to address some of the potential limitations and vulnerabilities of the UN ClearCheck screening database. We would appreciate a bit more information on that initiative, including an update on the current status, where that stands. Finally, we wish to use the opportunity to express once again our firm support for PAHO's zero tolerance policy and urge the Bureau to continue doing all it can to prevent such intolerable acts by its personnel. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Floor is open to Argentina.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, President. Argentina notes the report. And let us say that when it comes to exploitation, abuse, or harassment, all of these having physical and emotional impacts that are extremely negative for survivors. We're pleased to know that there have not been any allegations of sexual exploitation and abuse that affect the personnel or the collaborators in 2022. Now, frequently, these cases are not alleged because of fear of reprisals and the ignorance of the mechanisms to file allegations. So we're pleased with the initiatives undertaken by the office for dealing with this kind of situation. We hope that this address will be reinforced, that there be zero acceptance of sexual harassment or exploitation and abuse, because it is unacceptable in this ambit. The organization must also ensure that there are fair, inclusive, and equitable work conditions for all, taking into account the gender orientations that might lead to unacceptable conduct. We would like to support all measures to prevent and eliminate undue sexual activity impact. It is a matter of making it easier to support filing allegations and ensure that perpetrators are made accountable for their actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Argentina. I now ask Mexico for their contribution. Mexico, go ahead, and then Canada. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, President. I am the delegation of Mexico notes the update on the report on the prevention and response to sexual exploitation and abuse in PAHO. And we echo Argentina's position repudiating any form of exploitation and sexual abuse. Mexico attaches great importance to safeguarding the safety and dignity of people in vulnerable situations. And we recognize the work carried out by the organization in order to focus on reports and implement activities that help prevent abuses of this nature. Mexico is committed with the international community to implement integral actions to combat, prevent, and take care of sexual exploitation, and we promote zero tolerance to sexual harassment and abuse, and we want to ensure that the institutions have a healthy work environment free of discriminatory actions and violence in order that respect and dignity of persons prevail. Lastly, we'd like to request of the director that through his good offices, he conveys to the Secretariat of WHO that the position still vacant can be filled, ought to be filled as soon as possible. In other words, say that from our point of view, it is necessary for the profiles to speak Spanish, but they need to also understand Latin American cultures in order to facilitate compliance with their duties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mexico. Canada?
Buenos dias. Mexico did have their flag up first, so all happened as it should. Thank you. Canada thanks the Secretariat very much for this report, and we commend it and all PAHO personnel for their ongoing commitment and dedication to preventing and responding to sexual exploitation and abuse and sexual harassment. Like PAHO, Canada has a zero-tolerance policy and condemns all forms of sexual exploitation, abuse, or harassment. We also strongly support a survivor and victim-centered approach in addressing the consequences, including the lasting and traumatic physical and mental health consequences and impacts on individuals and communities. We are pleased to see the progress and work outlined in this report, and we encourage PAHO to very much continue these efforts, including the ongoing collaboration with the WHO and the entire UN system, sharing lessons learned and ensuring alignment so that all actions are taken through the survivor and victim-centered approach. Finally, we are interested to note that PAHO is developing a risk-based and data-driven PRESIA biennial strategy for 24-25, which will include a communication strategy and guide the organization's efforts in the training of personnel. We consider this a very positive step in ensuring that the organization's efforts in this critical area are responsive and effective, and we are interested in learning more about this as the strategy is developed. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much, Canada. Okay, so I'll now ask Mr. Macmillan to respond to comments.
Okay, so I've furiously scribbled down notes here with the intention, of course, of answering all the questions. So, and I appreciate all the constructive comments and suggestions that have been made. So with respect to some of the comments of the U.S. delegation, I fully agree that we need to expand our policy. Right now, we have a policy on sexual harassment, and we have the policy on sexual exploitation and abuse. But the idea for us is to have a more comprehensive policy, similar to what WHO has done, to cover all forms of sexual misconduct. I will say we have looked at the WHO policy. It's a very comprehensive policy. We have made the decision internally in PAHO that we will not follow specifically the policy. We think it's too long. We think it's a little bit too repetitive. But we will use some parts of that policy to develop our own policy on sexual misconduct, which, as I mentioned, will cover all the different facets of sexual misconduct that may occur inside and outside the workplace as well. So correct that we need to have a policy as well that extends to members of the public, meetings that take place, meetings where there is no potential power differential, which is the basis of sexual exploitation abuse, but where someone misbehaves at a meeting in public or elsewhere. So that's the intent of the elaboration of this separate policy on sexual misconduct to cover all different facets of that issue. So with respect to the reorganization of the working group, so we have had a working group in PAHO that meets periodically to discuss issues relating to sexual exploitation abuse. That working group comprises about 14 members. It has the ethics office, of course, health emergencies, equity, gender, human rights, the legal office, human resources, the investigations office, communications. There's a PAHO WHO representative and country office administrators on that working group. So as you can see, a fairly broad composition already of the working group, but it does need to be fine-tuned. And our thinking is twofold. Number one is to include, instead of people in the countries, as we have some administrators, for example, to include the focal points. We have 39 focal points right now, to include some of the more active focal points that we have on this committee or this working group, because this working group was constituted before we formally established our focal point network. So that is one. And also to include, we have health emergencies already on this working group or this task team, as I mentioned, but to include more community-facing programs in the working group, such as vaccinations. There's clearly a greater risk of sexual exploitation and abuse in the community-facing programs, so we would like to involve the entities, the departments in PAHO that have that community-facing mandate to also join the working group. With respect to the question concerning the current status of background checks, so we are going to be partnering with a company. As I mentioned, I believe that we may be the first international organization to actively conduct criminal background checks. The conduct of background checks will be first with respect to new applicants or people who have been selected for positions in the organization. And eventually, in my opinion, we will also conduct those background checks on serving PAHO personnel, people who are already working in the organization. I hope that we will start implementing background checks next month. The lawyers are involved for both PAHO and the company that we're using, and I understand that they're in the midst of just trying to negotiate some of the final details of the contract. But we have identified a company. We've agreed that we are moving forward with that company. It's just a question of finalizing the contract and moving forward. So we hope by next month, by August at the latest, we as an organization will be among the first to start implementing criminal background checks and sex offender registry list verifications. Thank you as well, Argentina, for your comments. When people don't report, it's because of two reasons. Number one is the fear of retaliation, which you have pointed out. And number two is the futility of reporting, that people believe that even if they report, nothing will happen, right? So those are the two main grounds for reporting. We need to make it clear, and it starts, I will say, at the top of the organization, right, with the director, that we will protect people from retaliation. And that's an important message, because to make people comfortable speaking up and making sure that there are no consequences for them to speak up. The Staff Association mentioned this morning and in the report about conducting a bystander campaign, which I think is important. I think it's a fantastic idea for us to have this type of campaign to make it clear that bystanders or victims can speak up without having any fear of retaliation. And of course, I recognize that that's easier said than done. And one of the things that we need to do to improve the concern about the futility of reporting is, I think, and the director and I have talked about that, about improving transparency and communication. Not many people are aware that as an organization, we have separated in the last 10 years 6 country representatives, 6. including one for sexual harassment. We separated a senior staff member in headquarters a few years ago for sexual harassment. Okay? I will say that there are no skeletons in our closet. Okay? In other words, that any issue that's reported to us, we have taken action on. And frankly, I'm surprised when I read in the press of organizations that have been made aware of allegations of sexual misconduct and no action has been taken. And that behavior has been allowed to continue for years. Okay? I, as the ethics director in POW, am not aware of any allegation that we have received as an organization and where no action has been taken. Okay? And I think that that is important to note as an organization. And thank you, Mexico, as well, for your comments about filling the positions. I need to perhaps clarify that we in PAHO, we are the ones filling the positions now, not WHO. Okay? So we have advertised the positions. We have, for the P5 regional advisor, as I mentioned, we're conducting interviews at the beginning of August. We have 5 excellent candidates for that position. Okay? Better, because you mentioned as well knowing the local culture, okay? Knowing the local language. The CVs that we received belatedly from WHO did not, we felt, did not speak Spanish, which is an essential requirement for the 2 positions, but also did not really have the profile that we were looking for. So we're not going to compromise. We decided to initiate the selection process ourselves, and hopefully shortly we will have 2 qualified candidates in position, one for the P5 post in headquarters and the other for the P4 post in Venezuela. And finally, thank you, Canada, as well, for your comments. And you're absolutely right. What we're doing all of this is exactly what Canada mentioned, is the impact on communities and individuals, okay? We cannot lose sight of that. I was reading an article recently in Fortune publication that said that WHO is betting that bad headlines can lead to good news. Okay? Bad headlines can lead to good news. No, this is not about headlines. Okay? This is about protecting the people who work with us, and this is about protecting the people and communities that we serve. And if we do our job in protecting those people and taking action when issues are reported to us through a victim-survivor-centered approach, then we won't have those bad headlines. Okay? But this is, again, it's not about the headlines. Our reputation as an organization will take care of itself if we do the right thing in terms of the prevention and response to sexual exploitation and abuse and sexual misconduct. So again, I wish to thank everyone, the member states, for your contributions and your dedication and support for this very important initiative that we have in the organization.
Thank you very much, Mr. Macmillan, for that comprehensive response. Dr. Barbosa, Director, you would like to comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Me gustaría de agradecer a los.
I would like to thank participants for their comments. I do believe it's very important. We have heard from the United States, Argentina, Mexico, and Canada. This is an extremely important topic. We know that it's for member states, but also for the Secretariat. We must take it very seriously. This is not a theoretical problem. We have had problems. This has happened, as the delegate of the United States pointed out. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, there has been an episode, and the Global Health Forum as well. In other words, this is something real, and we need to strengthen the program, not only within the organization, but also for those communities that we serve, as underlined quite strongly by our Director of the Ethics Office, Mr. Macmillan. And it's very important to involve the focal points in this also. A problem of sexual misconduct, harassment, exploitation, abuse can happen anywhere, but in some some areas are more sensitive or more vulnerable, and they deserve greater attention. We know that countries in a situation of humanitarian crisis, where there are many contractors, and furthermore, there is an office with many people working and serving, and they have relations with non-governmental organizations. And this implies risk, because very often they depend from a direct contact with a PAHO official in order to have their contract renewed, as an example. And very often in the country offices, especially the small ones, that fear of retaliation is overpowering. So we need to strengthen the network. And as Mr. Macmillan pointed out, reinforce that trust that if people make a claim, it will be taken care of, and we'll go through the entire process of identification to understand what happened, and at the same time provide protection to the individual to avoid any form of retaliation. We are making progress in this area, and this is tied to the point that the Staff Association raised this morning about the process to revise and review the mechanisms for reporting injustice within the organization so that people can feel greater confidence. I personally sent a message to each of the participants within the organization, talking about our personal commitment to continue with the efforts that have already been put in place by the office some years back. But I think this shows more clearly that there is a need to strengthen and give priority to this topic within the organization. We need to do everything in our power to prevent this kind of abuse. It's a change of culture. It's a matter of sharing information. It is a matter of giving information and safety to people. They need to know what their rights are, what conduct and behavior is unacceptable within the organization. But at the same time, if something should happen, they need to know that there will be a serious investigation to guarantee that if there is any sexual misconduct identified, that the individual responsible will be investigated transparently and very carefully, providing protection to the victims at the same time throughout the process. So this is a topic that is ongoing. We will be transparent. We will report to member states, because there is no doubt this is an extremely important topic. And I am very grateful for your contributions and suggestions that I think are absolutely aligned with what we're doing within the organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. So I will inform the committee that the discussions will be reflected as usual in the final report. Thank you very much. We turn now to another report with Mr. Macmillan remaining in his chair. That's CE 172/8. And this is the report of the Ethics Office for 2022. Mr. Macmillan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, Executive Committee members and observers, PAHO Director, esteemed colleagues. As the manager of PAHO's ethics program, I'm pleased to present a brief overview of document CE 172/8, the annual report of the Ethics Office for 2022. The principal role of the Ethics Office is helping personnel meet their responsibilities and obligations under PAHO's Code of Ethical Principles and Conduct, guiding them in the right direction, carrying out learning and awareness activities, and developing new policies to ensure that PAHO remains at the forefront of the best ethical practices. In our advisory role, the Ethics Office responded to 196 consultations from personnel in 2022 on a wide range of topics. This number represents a slight decrease from the 199 consultations received in 2021, but is still the third highest number of consultations received in a single year. The 196 consultations received in 2022 include 54 people who reached out for guidance and support on workplace concerns. PAHO is one of the few international organizations that provides the option for its personnel to ask ethics-related questions through the Integrity Helpline while remaining anonymous if they wish. In 2022, 15 of the consultations received were through the helpline, 4 of which were anonymous. Identifying and resolving conflicts of interest is one of the core functions of the Ethics Office. As part of our regular work, the Ethics Office engages in 3 different review processes to assess and mitigate conflicts of interest. First, the Ethics Office administers the Declaration of Interest program, which requires all senior managers and staff in designated employment categories to complete annually a questionnaire and disclose any personal or outside activity that might give rise to a conflict of interest. In 2022, the Ethics Office reviewed 207 completed questionnaires and liaised with more than 20 staff members to address any possible issues and provide appropriate guidance. Second, the Ethics Office manages a conflict of interest disclosure program for newly selected fixed-term and temporary staff, which helps to identify any actual or potential conflict of interest prior to someone joining the organization. In 2022, the Ethics Office reviewed 112 disclosure forms for new hires and coordinated with candidates and their prospective supervisors to resolve any issues that were identified. Third, the Ethics Office introduced in 2022 a new disclosure program for all national and international consultants. The purpose of this program is to identify potential conflicts of interest and risks before the consultant starts working in the organization. In 2022, the Ethics Office reviewed 604 disclosure forms from consultants and addressed over 175 situations where there are potential conflicts of interest. In terms of training, the Ethics Office carried out virtual learning activities for personnel in Brazil and Honduras for the communication focal points and for PAHO WHO country representatives. The Ethics Office also resumed travel at the end of 2022 and carried out in-person ethics training for personnel in the Eastern Caribbean countries, in the sub-regional program for the Caribbean, and in the PWR office in Bolivia. Regarding policy development, PAHO's Integrity and Conflict Management System focused its efforts in 2022 on a comprehensive revision to the organization's investigation protocol, which describes how investigations into allegations of misconduct are carried out in PAHO. One of the key changes made to the protocol was a requirement to fully investigate all allegations of a personal nature, including allegations of personal harassment, sexual exploitation and abuse, discrimination and retaliation, and provide a report to management. To help facilitate the reporting of ethical concerns and suspected misconduct, people both within and outside PAHO now have the option of calling a toll-free number from any country in the region and speaking to a live operator in any of the organization's 4 official languages. This new telephone feature will make it easier for people to access the Integrity Helpline, especially those in communities served by PAHO who might not otherwise have easy access to computers and smartphones. Moving forward, the remaining priorities for the Ethics Office include completing the redesign of PAHO's new Code of Ethical Conduct and developing a new comprehensive policy, as I mentioned, on the prevention and response to sexual misconduct. Finally, due to the unexpected departure of PAHO's Ombudsman in March 2022, the Ethics Office was asked to temporarily assume the duties and responsibilities of this important institutional function. The lack of a substantive ombudsman in PAHO for almost all of 2022 contributed to a significant increase in the efforts required by the Ethics Office to address sensitive work-related matters throughout the organization. The Ombudsman position has been advertised, and the closing date for the receipt of applications was 14 June. The candidates are being reviewed, and action is being taken to fill this position as soon as possible. This concludes my brief introduction of the 2022 annual report of the Ethics Office. I would be pleased to respond to any suggestions or comments that you may have about the work of the Ethics Office, and I wish to thank you once again for your kind attention today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Macmillan. The floor is now open to the plenary for any comments, discussion. I recognize Argentina.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President. We note the report and welcome all the progress made by the Ethics Office thus far and congratulate PAHO for having an Ethics Office that respects the values of the organization, looking at ethics, transparency, accountability, and equity. We strongly respect the principles of integrity, independence, impartiality, and compliance of the mandate to guarantee the highest standards of ethical behavior in all aspects of work carried out by the organization. We understand that return to the offices has perhaps led to an increase in concern having to do with the workplace because there is greater personal interaction now. We congratulate the Ethics Office for its responsibility, the new policy on prevention and response to sexual exploitation and abuse, sexual harassment, and that in 2023 they will have and draft a single ethic policy that will address all inappropriate conduct. We also welcome the PAHO policy to avoid harassment in the workplace.
Argentina, I now turn the floor over to the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States thanks the Ethics Office for its comprehensive report and for its work to promote ethical conduct at PAHO. We appreciate the attention given to advancing PAHO's Conflict of Interest Declaration Program, as well as the office's strong outreach to PAHO's PWR offices and centers and their numerous trainings conducted with PAHO and WHO country representatives to raise awareness of PAHO's ethics policies and standards. The United States notes that the Ethics Office has been acting in a dual capacity as the PAHO Ombudsman since the departure of the former incumbent well over a year ago. We have serious concerns about the potential for real or perceived conflicts of interest that such an arrangement could present, especially from the perspective of PAHO's personnel. We would note that the current workload of the combined office, which includes addressing the sharp increase in workplace concerns raised by personnel in 2022, could impact other important priorities for the office. We strongly urge PAHO to take action to ensure that the appropriate separation and independence of those functions are resumed in the timeliest manner possible. We thank the Bureau for obtaining an outside service provider to carry out the ethics and climate survey in 2021, and for sharing the results of that engagement with its personnel. We note the identified gap in staff awareness of the ethics reporting helpline, and we appreciate the actions PAHO is taking to increase the visibility and accessibility of that important tool. We would like to know if there are any other notable gaps or deficiencies in PAHO's ethics climate identified in that survey. Finally, in addition to welcoming the notice of a forthcoming revised Code of Ethical Conduct, we are again pleased to hear that PAHO will issue a comprehensive sexual misconduct policy in 2023. We're supportive of that initiative, and we thank Mr. Macmillan for providing the additional thinking on that policy in the previous agenda item. And just one further reflection on that policy, insofar as PAHO has decided to make a distinct sexual misconduct policy from that of WHO, we would urge or encourage the organization to consider any potential conflicts with the WHO policy or any confusion the two different policies could create, particularly from the perspective of potential complainants or victims, where both organizations are operating. Thank you.
Thank you very much, United States. I now give the floor to Canada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Canada would like to thank the Ethics Office for this report and congratulate them on a successful and productive year. We note that there has been an increase in workplace concerns for individuals, with the number more than doubling since 2021. As the organization readjusts to post-pandemic work with more in-person interaction, it is critical that the Ethics Office remain vigilant, including continuing to maintain effective coordination of PAHO integrity and conflict management system to ensure consistent application and interpretation of PAHO rules and policies among all relevant actors. We see that in the past year, the Ethics Office performed its usual operations while also incorporating additional corporate initiatives and responsibilities, including diversity, equity, and inclusion, and assuming the role of PAHO Ombudsman. On this, we take note of the potential impacts on capacity, as well as the external auditor's concerns regarding an ethics function performing the Ombudsman role, even as an interim measure, and support the recommendation that PAHO take immediate steps to establish an independent ombudsperson. As such, we would like to seek clarity from PAHO on what is being done in this regard. We are encouraged to note that the Ethics Office has recently implemented a new conflict of interest disclosure program for all international and national consultants, which is critical in protecting the organization from financial, legal, and reputational risk, and ensuring overall transparency and organizational integrity. Finally, we look forward to reviewing the new Code of Ethical Conduct expected to be released later this year. We note that our support of the external auditor's view that the launch of this code should be accompanied by a clear plan to respond to the results of the Ethics Climate Survey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada. I see no other hand up, so I will ask Mr. Macmillan to respond.
Yes, thank you once again for all your comments and suggestions. I think, and I know that the director will also likely talk about the ombuds position in PAHO, which has been mentioned by 2 member states. The first thing I will say is that we as an ethics office did not volunteer for that assignment. There was a sudden departure of our former ombudsman, and so we were asked to assume that responsibility. I will say that with the incoming new director, who recognized the importance of filling that position and recognizing that there was also potentially a conflict in roles between an ethics office performing both functions. So action has been taken to move forward with that position, as I mentioned earlier, that the position has been advertised. And there's also a parallel approach that's taking place right now to see whether someone, either an individual or an entity, can perhaps come on board a little bit sooner to be able to relieve us as an ethics office of that responsibility, and has been mentioned very appropriately to enable us to focus on our core work as an ethics office and all the initiatives that we have in the area of sexual exploitation abuse, developing our new code, which has been outstanding for a little while now. And so we would certainly welcome to relinquish that responsibility as the acting ombudsman. With respect to the climate survey that we conducted, and so that we conducted a climate survey about 1.5 years ago. Participation rate of that survey wasn't that high, it was about 50%, but we did get, I think, some good indicators with respect to the survey. So there were 18 questions, and the survey results were compared against comparators. So the company that administered the survey for us, they had administered that survey to 600 companies. So they have established benchmarks. And of course, that was one of the main advantages of going outside and using a company, was that they were able to look at our results and compare them to benchmarks in their 600 companies that they had previously administered the survey. And so based on the 18 questions, we were determined to have exceeded the benchmark in 8 of the 18 questions. In another 8 of the questions, we were within 10% of the benchmark. And in 2 questions, we were significantly below the benchmark. We were 10% below the benchmark. One of, I think, an important finding of the survey was that 97% of the respondents to the survey indicated that PAHO was committed to carrying out its work in an ethical manner, 97%. And I think that that's a very high percentage of staff who feel that way. The 2 below the benchmark, that were more than 10% below the benchmark, the 2 questions that were below, was, as the U.S. has pointed out, with respect to the helpline, the knowledge of the helpline. And so in response to that question, and we had about 1,300 people respond to the survey, 68% of people indicated that they were aware of the survey. Conversely, that means that 32%, about 1/3 of our personnel, were not aware of the Integrity Helpline. So we have been taking action over the course of the last year to try to improve knowledge and awareness of the helpline. We have simplified the helpline, both on, as you may be aware, and as I mentioned, PAHO is one of the few organizations that allows people to ask a question about an ethical issue. That comes to the ethics office, or submit an allegation of misconduct that goes to the investigations office. And we have simplified the reporting forms on both the ethics side and the investigation side. We are working closely with the communications department to try to improve knowledge of the helpline. We are moving the helpline back to the home page. It had been there for many years and then was removed, so that you don't have to do 3 or 4 clicks to find the helpline. It will be on the home page of the PAHO intranet, so much more easily accessible. So we are trying to make the helpline more visible, more easily accessible. And of course, when the investigations office and the ethics office conducts training, the training also includes a component clearly about the helpline. And so we need definitely to try to increase the numbers to ensure that 100% of people in PAHO are aware of the helpline, because that is a very good reporting mechanism, especially for people who would like to remain anonymous. There was an issue or a question or comment with respect to the conflict or potential conflict between the WHO and the PAHO policies. So I just need to clarify that the WHO policies, unless we incorporate them in our own rules and procedures in the e-manual, the WHO policies do not apply to PAHO staff. PAHO staff are under PAHO contracts. They're subject to our staff regulations, they're subject to our staff rules, and they're subject to our policies. Our staff rules are slightly different than the WHO staff rules. There's a lot of similarity, it's true, but as an independent organization, we have the discretion to modify our staff rules as we see fit. And when WHO makes staff rule changes, we are free to follow them if we feel they're good staff rule changes, or we're free not to follow them if we would pursue to take our own course of action. So with respect to the WHO policy on sexual misconduct, it does not apply to PAHO staff. At the moment, as I mentioned, we are going to develop our own policy. That policy will apply, not the WHO one. And so there is no conflict, because it's only the PAHO staff rules, staff regulations, and policies that apply to PAHO personnel. And with that, I believe that I've answered all the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very briefly, first I want to thank Argentina, the United States, and Canada for your good questions, comments, and suggestions about this very important topic. I just want to go over 2 points. One is that, of course, we are probably having an increase in the complaints, allegations that we have received. I think that's for 2 reasons. One is because when we are going back to the office, probably during the period that we were 100% telework all the time, it was less probable to have any kind of conflicts among ethical conflicts or problems in the workplace. Now we are coming back, so these are already measured. Second, I think that maybe this is also a good sign that people are feeling more confident to make complaints and to present their questions. I think that it's I think that I should be concerned if we haven't had any kind of complaints, because it's a bad sign of that people don't trust the system. Second, about the ombudsman position, a decision was made to wait until the end of the conflict management systems review that I mentioned. I think that is a valid decision. It was a valid decision at that time, but when I arrived in the office, I think that I made another option. I think that we cannot wait until the end of the conflict management system, so we started the selection process, reviewing the terms of reference. We are assessing what are the best alternatives that we have to provide ombudsman services for our staff. Now we have more than one alternative that we are reviewing, but the selection process is still in a very advanced process, and we really, probably in a couple of weeks/months, we will have this process totally finalized, because I agree that, in my view, I understand the previous decision, but I think that it's better to have this service being provided separated from the ethical office, so we can have more opportunity to ensure the independence of the services and to have more opportunities for our staff to present their complaints or their questions, their problems on this regard. But thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Director. A lot has been said on this particular issue. Just to inform the committee that discussions will be reflected in the final report. Turn now to item 3.6, report of the Investigations Office for 2022. Bring to your attention CE 172/9 and Mr. Alexander Lim, Chief Investigator of the Pan American Center Bureau, who is joining us now at the table, will present this report. Mr. Lim.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the Executive Committee, delegates, observers, Mr. Director, and colleagues. My name is Alexander Lim, and I'm the Chief Investigator of PAHO. I have the pleasure today to present to you Agenda Item 3.6, CE 172/9 Annual Report of the Investigations Office for 2022. The Investigations Office conducts administrative fact-finding into allegations of wrongdoing involving PAHO personnel or in activities contracted or financed by PAHO. The Investigations Office is functionally independent and reports to the PAHO governing bodies through the Executive Committee. I'm pleased to tell you that in the performance of its duties in 2022, the Investigations Office did not encounter any interference with its independence, nor did it meet any obstacles in terms of its work and access to records and information. Let me move to investigative activities in 2022. The Investigations Office had 6 reports that were carried over from 2021. In 2022, you received 37 reports. So in total, we handled 43 reports of alleged wrongdoing. We've resolved 31 of them, and 6 reports were carried over to this year. At the same time, we also issued 5 investigation reports. 4 of the investigation reports examined allegations of fraud, and 1 addressed an allegation of inappropriate workplace conduct. In addition to its primary function, the Investigations Office also serves as the Secretariat to the Standing Committee on Asset Protection and Loss Prevention Committee, better known as the APLP. So the APLP handles reports of fraud, theft, damage, or loss of PAHO asset and equipment. In 2022, 20 such cases were reported, and PAHO suffered a net loss of almost $9,500. So the APLP has looked into each of these cases and discussed putting in measures to better prepare the organization against further losses. Additionally, my office also conducts awareness-raising activities to remind PAHO personnel of their obligation to report allegations of wrongdoing. Last year, we reached out to over 80 employees from HQ and from the country offices. I would also like to share some of our lessons learned from our experience in 2022. As the previous investigation protocol was more than a decade old, the investigation office led an effort to update the document in order to reflect current best practices and jurisprudence. A revised and updated investigations protocol was published in late 2022. The revised investigations protocol is a product born out of many months of discussions amongst various stakeholders within PAHO, including the HR department, the legal office, the ethics office, the ombudsman, the internal audit office, as well as the staff association. Throughout the process, we also received feedback from the audit committee. As mentioned by the chair of the audit committee on Tuesday, the audit committee convenes twice a year and provides advice to the investigations office. During one of our meetings with the audit committee, a question was asked if interviewees are allowed to be accompanied during interviews with the investigations office. We explained that the revised protocol provides additional clarifications about investigative interviews. For example, the revised protocol now explains clearly that because investigation is an internal administrative proceeding and it is not a judicial or adversarial process, interviewees do not have the right to be accompanied by legal counsel. However, there are instances where an interviewee may be accompanied during an interview, and this is also clarified in the protocol, where it says that the complainant or subject of an investigation may be accompanied during the interview by someone of their choice who is not their legal counsel, who is not involved in the process, and does not have an actual or perceived conflict of interest. I'd like to share with you that these provisions are in line with best practices of other UN organizations and also is aligned with the Manual for Investigation of Sexual Harassment Complaints issued by the UN Chief Executive Board. These clarifications about who may attend investigative interviews also take into account the needs of victims of sexual exploitation and abuse and minors when interviewing these vulnerable groups. Another important feature of the revised protocol is its emphasis on the separation of functions so that the same office is not both the finder of fact and the decision maker. To this end, the revised protocol clarifies that the investigation office operates as the fact finder while the director of HRM acts as the decision maker. I invite all member states to read the revised investigations protocol. You can download a copy from the PAHO website or from the PAHO Integrity Helpline at www.pahohelpline.org. It is available in all 4 official languages. You have heard earlier on from the Ethics Program Manager that last year the Investigations Office received 2 reports of sexual harassment. I'm glad to share that both of these cases has been resolved this year and investigation reports have been submitted to PAHO management. These 2 sexual harassment cases follows after not receiving any reports since 2018. And I think this may be indicative of how much of an impact it can make when senior management of PAHO emphasize to staff about the importance of reporting sexual misconduct and providing reassurance to staff that such allegations would be addressed. The organization also has not received any reports related to sexual exploitation and abuse, and this may indicate a greater need for outreach efforts to our beneficiaries. My office continues to prepare itself to investigate allegations of sexual exploitation and abuse when they arise. We also continue to support organization-wide initiatives to raise awareness and to help encourage reporting. And before I conclude my presentation, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the director, Dr. Barbosa, for his continued support for the work and the independence of the Investigations Office. I appreciate that he has taken steps to ensure that we have sufficient resources to carry out our work. Mr. President, this concludes my presentation. I'll be pleased to take any questions from the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lim. The floor is open for any comments or questions. I see the United States. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The United States thanks the Investigations Office for this report and for its important accountability activities pursued during 2022. We also thank Mr. Lim for his statement of assurance of the office's full independence during the reporting period. We especially thank the Investigations Office for the focus it has placed on strengthening its capacity to address sexual exploitation and abuse and sexual harassment, including by reviewing its investigative processes and pursuing relevant training for staff. We note that last year, PAHO received its first complaints of sexual harassment since 2018, and that an increased focus on sexual harassment outreach and a return to in-person work arrangements may be contributing factors. Insofar as no investigation reports on the cases of sexual harassment appear to have been concluded at the time of this report, however, could the Bureau clarify the status and time frame for concluding those sexual harassment investigations if they are still outstanding? And apologies if I missed clarification on those during the presentation. And more broadly, we'd appreciate more information on how the office is prioritizing allegations of an interpersonal nature for investigations. Along these lines, we note that the organization has not received any reports of sexual exploitation and abuse. We appreciate the office's improvements to its policy on sexual exploitation and abuse as described in the document. But we also agree with the report's assessment that there may be a need for greater outreach efforts, especially among beneficiary populations. Can the Bureau please describe how it intends to advance some of its outreach further in this area? The United States is also concerned by the 4 substantiated cases of fraud reported in 2022. It also remains unclear from the report how much of the losses sustained by the organization in 2022 was specifically the result of those 4 substantiated cases. With apologies if we also missed an explanation of those amounts, we'd appreciate knowing that total loss amount, or if not immediately available. We would also encourage the Investigations Office to provide such information as relevant in future reports. And we strongly agree with the Investigation Office's assessment that PAHO requires a more comprehensive understanding of where fraud may occur, as well as an extensive approach to fraud prevention and detection. And we appreciate the comments provided in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, United States. And I will now ask Mexico, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The delegation of Mexico is grateful for this presentation of the report from the Investigations Office for 2022, and are particularly grateful for the work put into the risks that the organization incurs and how important it is to guard its governance and good name. We understand there have not been serious matters brought forward, but we are interested in keeping our eye on possible sexual harassment or exploitation now that people are back at the office in person after COVID-19. We hope that we could have a better description in other reports on what other denunciations, what other accusations have come forward with a little more detail. That would give us a better idea of what the Ethics Office is dealing with. We also would urge the Investigations Office to please look at the overall representations as well as headquarters so that the mechanisms that detail how accusations are made are better understood by the personnel at large and perhaps facilitate the need for making those accusations in the first place. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'm being advised that it's in all our best interests, according to the agenda here, to suspend at this time for lunch and resume with the completion of this particular agenda item. And then we will pick up from there on item 7.1, 7.11, and then items 2.2, 2.3, 8, and 9, which, according to 9 here, is closure of the session. So that's the agenda. If we're all in agreement, then you don't have to say anything. Otherwise, you can. But I'm assuming that you're in agreement. So I then ask you to have a good lunch, and we will be back here at 2 p.m.? Yes. 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
dos estudos clínicos necessários para essa vacina.
Synergium Biotech es una empresa de biotecnología aquí en Argentina y nos dedicamos a la producción de vacunas principalmente y otros productos biotecnológicos. Synergium Biotech tiene ya hace 2 años una participación en el Fondo Rotatorio de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud con la vacuna antigripal justamente, y tener esta capacidad instalada acá nos permite desafiar y buscar otros proyectos que permitan traer otras tecnologías y otros productos a la región. Este fue un fit perfecto, es una vacuna o una tecnología de mRNA innovadora y en un proyecto empujado y promocionado por OMS, por MPP y por PASCO. Esto no es un proyecto, esto es un programa, esto es un inicio de un camino largo que nos va a traer, si Dios quiere, muchas opciones y muchas vacunas para la región. Creo que esta tecnología nos abre un gran campo de trabajo futuro y sin duda tiene que impactar fuertemente en la situación sanitaria de las Américas y que todo el mundo tenga acceso a las vacunas.
The Pan American Health Organization revolving funds are pooled procurement mechanisms that facilitate equitable access to life-saving health products in the Americas. The PAHO Strategic Fund is one of these mechanisms, focused on ensuring access to essential medicines and supplies. Leveraging multidisciplinary technical expertise, multilateral cooperation, and established partnerships across the Americas, the Strategic Fund improves access to quality, safe, and cost-effective treatments and diagnostics for a range of diseases, such as HIV, tuberculosis, leishmaniasis, hypertension, cancer, and more. But how does it work? The Strategic Fund facilitates end-to-end procurement, advising countries with the rational use of medical products, quantifying demand, consolidating orders so medicines and supplies can be procured in bulk at significantly lower prices. The Strategic Fund offers a 60-day interest-free credit line to support payments, coordinating and monitoring shipments. This has helped bring down the cost of medicines by up to 99%, while strengthening supply chain capabilities and ensuring all products meet international standards. The Strategic Fund has been shown to be an effective mechanism to support the COVID-19 pandemic response, helping rapidly deliver personal protective equipment, diagnostic tests, and critical care medicines, while also averting stockouts of routine health supplies for existing priority public health programs. This means the Strategic Fund can strengthen health system resilience by supporting both essential health services and emergency response efforts during future crises.
Vaccination Week in the Americas have been celebrated for 20 years. It's an annual celebration that aims to promote equity and access to vaccination for all people, no matter where they live or their socioeconomic situation. Everybody has the right to health, to vaccines, and to a healthier life.
Porque las vacunas salvan vidas. Aunque estemos en COVID, la vacunación no para. La vacunación continúa.
Cada año y en solo una semana, este empuje sin igual por la salud, liderado por los países y apoyado por la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, logra vacunar alrededor de 50 millones de personas.
El desafío es grande porque nos trazamos metas.
A principal dificuldade são as distâncias. que los niños de nuestro país no vayan a morir por una enfermedad prevenible.
La forma de llegar a la casa y llegarle al usuario es muy importante.
Y se espera con ansias.
Hoy en día sé que es importante la vacuna.
Es muy importante vacunar a nuestros niños para el bien de nuestra familia.
Me tomo el tiempo de llevar a mi hijo a vacunar. Eso se llama responsabilidad y tenerle amor a sus hijos.
Cada uno de nosotros puede hacer algo. Tenemos que hacer nuestra parte.
Es lo más lindo que me pasó. Hago con mucho cariño, con mucho empeño mi trabajo e me gusta muito.
Eu me sinto muito honrada de trabalhar, porque eu sei que é programa que você tem resultados.
La salud no espera. Vacunémonos.
Vacúnate.
Uno todos los días está luchando para que nuestra población esté sana.
Por el bien de todos, en las Américas y en el mundo.
Las vacunas son muy seguras y efectivas. Esta iniciativa se ha convertido en un ejemplo magnífico de lo que puede suceder cuando los países trabajan juntos.
Sabemos que una población sana es una garantía para un país fuerte.
Vaccination Week in the Americas demonstrates the political commitment of countries toward their immunization programs. Thanks to the joint efforts from more than 40 countries and their partners. In the past 20 years, more than 1 billion people have been vaccinated during Vaccination Week in the Americas, and different diseases have been eradicated in our region. Thanks to health workers, people in every corner get vaccinated. Today, we celebrate 20 years of Vaccination Week in the Americas. Are you fully vaccinated? Get all your shots.
¿Sabía que 1/3 de los presupuestos de salud se destina a la compra de medicamentos? Altos costos, calidad insuficiente y productos poco disponibles en el mercado, además, pueden representar una carga extra para los presupuestos de salud y amenazar la sostenibilidad del sistema. Por eso, y a pedido de los países de las Américas, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud creó el Fondo Estratégico en el año 2000. El fondo es un mecanismo solidario para la compra conjunta de medicamentos e insumos de salud pública de calidad. Consolida la demanda de múltiples países, convoca licitaciones internacionales y obtiene precios reducidos al adquirir grandes volúmenes del mismo producto. También apoya a los países para mejorar la planificación de la demanda y evitar desabastecimientos. ¿Qué productos se pueden adquirir? más de 250, desde tratamientos para diversas enfermedades, transmisibles, no transmisibles y desatendidas, hasta equipos médicos, insumos y kits de diagnóstico. El Fondo Estratégico ofrece líneas de créditos a los países que lo necesiten a través de su cuenta de capitalización. El uso del fondo genera ahorros en los presupuestos de salud. En solo un año, un país ahorró $13 millones en la compra de medicamentos para VIH-Sida y tuberculosis. Todos los productos adquiridos a través del fondo son seguros, eficaces y de calidad garantizada. Para utilizar el fondo, los países, a través de sus ministerios de salud, deben firmar un convenio con la OPS. ¿Por qué hacerlo? Porque más y mejor acceso a medicamentos e insumos es clave para garantizar la salud para todas las personas en todas partes. Para conocer más, ingrese a www.pajo.org/Fondo Estratégico.
The history of Belize malaria fight has come a long way.
If you look at as far back as maybe the 70s, 80s and 90s, you were looking at peak transmission times for malaria.
For example, I could recall times when I was in Orange Walk. It was very tedious. We would go out into the field, like from 6 in the morning, and visiting houses from village to village, and we would come back like at 10 at night and still haven't visited all the people we needed to treat for that day. It was so prevalent in that time.
At the time, the program was more vertical and it was more of a malaria program.
We had our own budget, we had our own staff. We would manage a program from central level. That in itself gave the advantages of being able to maximize the effectiveness and the efficiency of the human resources, whereby you would ensure that they are working just on malaria.
Decentralization happened early 2000s, and what that entailed was giving authority to the various regional management teams that were put in place.
At that time, we faced some challenges in the sense that decentralizing the staff, then that means to say that supervision and the administration would fall under the regional management team, which we had some challenges there as to the skills of the management. What we did immediately is strengthen the skills of the new staff and those staff that we knew needed to improve their skills. So we had some training, very specific and continuous training. We ensured that all districts had the standard operating procedures, training manuals, operational manuals. That was key. And we would ensure that the surveillance would still be done as how it should be done, that the diagnosis and the treatment would still remain timely. At the headquarters, we continued providing that support, that technical support, that advice. We ensured the resources were there at the regional level for them to continue executing the strategies for malaria.
From my years of working in the program, malaria evolved from 1,000 plus cases early 2000 to 0 cases at present.
As the cases started reducing, we started working with more confidence in terms of this is actually achievable in terms of our goal of elimination. Over recent years, we've had the introduction of new tools locally. Insecticide-treated bed nets have been more affordable. So we introduced those, I would say maybe around 2009, 2010. And then we introduced a rapid diagnostic tests, which initially was quite expensive and now it's more affordable in the region. So there was a reorientation of the health services towards moving from malaria control program. That started somewhere, I would say maybe around 2013, 2014. As you move towards elimination and you want to do things like risk stratification, micro-planning and things like that, these are things that you need to bring your people up to standard, and that's where the reorientation process takes place. So we developed the first strategic plan for malaria elimination in 2018. At the ministry level, we developed the strategic and operational plans. At the district level, they take the national operational plans and devise their own specific operational plans. And the key partners at their level that they're working with is multiple partners.
We've trained doctors, nurses, administrators, PCAs, every aspect, every level of care, so that we all remember malaria and we remember to test for it.
Did you know that 1/3 of health budgets are used to purchase medicines? High costs, insufficient quality, and hard-to-source products in the market are major barriers to access medicines and threaten the sustainability of the system. For this reason, and at the request of the countries of the Americas, the Pan American Health Organization in 2000 created the Strategic Fund. The fund is a mechanism for pooled procurement of quality medicines and public health supplies. It pools the demand of multiple countries, executes international tenders, and achieves reduced prices when purchasing large volumes of the same product. It also supports countries to improve demand planning and prevent stockouts of medicines and health supplies. What products can be purchased? More than 250, from treatments for various diseases, communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, and neglected diseases, to medical devices, supplies, and diagnostic kits. The Strategic Fund provides lines of credit for countries when needed through its capital account. The use of the fund allows savings in health budgets. In just 1 year, one country saved $13 million in the procurement of medicines for HIV/AIDS and tuberculosis. All products procured through this strategic fund are safe, effective, and quality assured. To use the fund, countries through their ministries of health need to sign an agreement with PAHO. Why do this? Because improving access to medicines and supplies is key to guaranteeing health for all, everywhere. To learn more, visit www.paho.org/strategic fund.
I am.
We are.
All of us.
Together.
This is who we are.
Our humanity, the hopes we share,
The struggles we face.
The stories that define us.
individually, collectively, universally.
Every person,
Family.
Community.
We are happier when we have each other.
Healthier when we stand together.
every one of us matters.
No one should be left behind.
We all have the same fundamental right
To health and happiness.
To the care we need.
Wherever we live.
Whatever we have or do not have.
Regardless of age,
Race.
language,
culture, or circumstance.
This is our mission.
We stand together with all people.
in every community, every country, throughout the hemisphere.
Because we are healthier.
Together.
We are the Pan American Health Organization, working for health for everyone, everywhere.
¿Qué van a hacer aquí ahora?
Se vamos a vacunarse.
¿Qué vacuna les van a poner?
La gripal y la varicela.
Estamos muy contentos, es la 20ª semana de la vacunación de las Américas. Hemos estado presentes en 44 países, hemos estado alcanzando 139 millones de personas y aquí en Argentina la semana de vacunación tiene muchísima relevancia porque se vive desde hace muchos años, desde que empezó en realidad, y se vive a todos los niveles, y es lo que hemos visto durante esta semana, es decir, a nivel de gran ciudad de Buenos Aires, como también provincias.
Una semana muy intensa de trabajo, de concientización, de fortalecimiento en la vacunación, articulando con Nación, obviamente, con la OPS, con la representante de la OPS, y la verdad que ha sido muy emotivo lo que hemos hecho acá en Cafayate y en Animaná.
La Semana de Vacunación de las Américas número 20 de la región de las Américas y 11 mundial por el liderazgo de la región de las Américas en vacunación. Es muy importante para Argentina, siempre es muy significativo, es una fiesta, es una semana de fiesta en todo el país donde todos los integrantes del sistema de salud y los vacunadores y las vacunadoras tienen un rol enorme, pero se habla de algo que nos da mucho orgullo en Argentina, que es nuestro calendario de vacunación y la confianza que tiene la población en las vacunas. Es muy emocionante y da mucho orgullo.
Hay que continuar durante cada semana, durante cada mes, para asegurarnos que llegamos a recuperar ese calendario y con el acompañamiento del OPS estamos seguros que poco a poco iremos avanzando y lo iremos consiguiendo.
The Pan American Health Organization Revolving Funds offers 2 regional mechanisms to improve access to quality, safe, and cost-effective health products. One of them, the PAHO Revolving Fund for Access to Vaccines, helps countries and territories in the Americas access high-quality vaccine supplies in alignment with technical recommendations. But how does it work? Based on the principles of quality, transparency, solidarity, and equity. The revolving fund groups countries' needs for vaccines and related supplies and procures them at affordable prices, offering an interest-free credit line, also coordinating international logistics and carefully monitoring every shipment and its cold chain. The revolving fund has over 40 years of experience and serves 41 countries and territories. Working hand in hand with the PAHO's technical program, it has contributed to major milestones in public health, such as the elimination of vaccine-preventable diseases in the Americas, including polio, rubella, and measles. It has helped countries to introduce vaccines like rotavirus, HPV, pneumococcal vaccines, and respond to health emergencies such as COVID-19 and monkeypox. In short, the revolving fund is a powerful mechanism created by the PAHO member states, and it contributes to their immunization goals in a sustainable way by overcoming barriers related to price, access, and quality.
Biomanguinhos foi oficializado como um instituto produtor de imunobiológicos na década de 70. Desde então, Biomanguinhos vem junto com o Ministério da Saúde, o Programa Nacional de Imunizações, a Organização Pan-Americana de Saúde, a OMS, como um dos fornecedores principais de vacinas na América Latina. E neste momento, nós estamos em fase de desenvolvimento da tecnologia da vacina em RNA, nessa nova plataforma. Então, estamos detalhando os equipamentos, os rendimentos, todos os resultados que são esperados, não é só em termos de produção, como em metodologias analíticas de controle de qualidade, com o intuito de, no próximo ano, já termos as primeiras etapas de escalonamento e produção, visando os estudos clínicos necessários para essa vacina.
Synergium Biotech es una empresa de biotecnología aquí en Argentina y nos dedicamos a la producción de vacunas principalmente y otros productos biotecnológicos. Synergium Biotech tiene ya hace 2 años una participación en el Fondo Rotatorio de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud con la vacuna antigripal justamente, y tener esta capacidad instalada acá nos permite desafiar y buscar otros proyectos que permitan traer otras tecnologías y otros productos a la región. Este fue un fit perfecto, es una vacuna o una tecnología de mRNA innovadora y en un proyecto empujado y promocionado por OMS, por MPP y por PAHO. Esto no es un proyecto, esto es un programa, esto es un inicio de un camino largo que nos va a traer, si Dios quiere, muchas opciones y muchas vacunas para la región. Creo que esta tecnología nos abre un gran campo de trabajo futuro y sin duda tiene que impactar fuertemente en la situación sanitaria de las Américas y que todo el mundo tenga acceso a las vacunas.
The Pan American Health Organization revolving funds are pooled procurement mechanisms that facilitate equitable access to life-saving health products in the Americas. The PAHO Strategic Fund is one of these mechanisms, focused on ensuring access to essential medicines and supplies. Leveraging multidisciplinary technical expertise, multilateral cooperation, and established partnerships across the Americas, the Strategic Fund improves access to quality, safe, and cost-effective treatments and diagnostics for a range of diseases, such as HIV, tuberculosis, leishmaniasis, hypertension, cancer, and more. But how does it work? The Strategic Fund facilitates end-to-end procurement, advising countries with the rational use of medical products, quantifying demand, consolidating orders so medicines and supplies can be procured in bulk at significantly lower prices. The Strategic Fund offers a 60-day interest-free credit line to support payments, coordinating and monitoring shipments. This has helped bring down the cost of medicines by up to 99%, while strengthening supply chain capabilities and ensuring all products meet international standards. The Strategic Fund has been shown to be an effective mechanism to support the COVID-19 pandemic response, helping rapidly deliver personal protective equipment, diagnostic tests, and critical care medicines, while also averting stockouts of routine health supplies for existing priority public health programs. This means the Strategic Fund can strengthen health system resilience by supporting both essential health services and emergency response efforts during future crises.
Vaccination Week in the Americas have been celebrated for 20 years. It's an annual celebration that aims to promote equity and access to vaccination for all people, no matter where they live or their socioeconomic situation. Everybody has the right to health, to vaccines, and to a healthier life.
Porque las vacunas salvan vidas.
Aunque estemos en COVID, la vacunación no para. La vacunación continúa.
Cada año y en solo una semana, este empuje sin igual por la salud, liderado por los países y apoyado por la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, logra vacunar alrededor de 50 millones de personas.
El desafío es grande porque nos trazamos metas.
A principal dificuldade são as distâncias.
Que los niños de nuestro país no vayan a morir por una enfermedad prevenible.
La forma de llegar a la casa y llegarle al usuario es muy importante.
Y se espera con ansias.
Hoy en día sé que es importante la vacuna.
Es muy importante vacunar a nuestros niños para el bien de nuestra familia.
Me tomo el tiempo de llevar a mi hijo a vacunar. Eso se llama responsabilidad y tenerle amor a sus hijos.
Cada uno de nosotros puede hacer algo. Tenemos que hacer nuestra parte.
Es lo más lindo que me pasó. Hago con mucho cariño, con mucho empeño mi trabajo e me gusta muito.
Eu me sinto muito honrada de trabalhar, porque eu sei que é programa que você tem resultados.
La salud no espera. Vacunémonos.
Vacúnate. Uno todos los días está luchando para que nuestra población esté sana.
Por el bien de todos, en las Américas y en el mundo,
las vacunas son muy seguras y efectivas. Esta iniciativa se ha convertido en un ejemplo magnífico de lo que puede suceder cuando los países trabajan juntos.
Sabemos que una población sana es una garantía para un país fuerte.
Vaccination Week in the Americas demonstrates the political commitment of countries toward their immunization programs. Thanks to the joint efforts from more than 40 countries and their partners, in the past 20 years, more than 1 billion people have been vaccinated during Vaccination Week in the Americas, and different diseases have been eradicated in our region. Thanks to health workers, people in every corner get vaccinated. Today, we celebrate 20 years of Vaccination Week in the Americas. Are you fully vaccinated? Get all your shots.
¿Sabía que 1/3 de los presupuestos de salud se destina a la compra de medicamentos? Altos costos, calidad insuficiente y productos poco disponibles en el mercado, además, pueden representar una carga extra para los presupuestos de salud y amenazar la sostenibilidad del sistema. Por eso, y a pedido de los países de las Américas, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud creó el Fondo Estratégico en el año 2000. El fondo es un mecanismo solidario para la compra conjunta de medicamentos e insumos de salud pública de calidad. Consolida la demanda de múltiples países, convoca a licitaciones internacionales y obtiene precios reducidos al adquirir grandes volúmenes del mismo producto. También apoya a los países para mejorar la planificación de la demanda y evitar desabastecimientos. ¿Qué productos se pueden adquirir? Más de 250, desde tratamientos para diversas enfermedades, transmisibles, no transmisibles y desatendidas, hasta equipos médicos, insumos y kits de diagnóstico. El Fondo Estratégico ofrece líneas de créditos a los países que lo necesiten a través de su cuenta de capitalización. El uso del fondo genera ahorros en los presupuestos de salud. En solo un año, un país ahorró $13 millones en la compra de medicamentos para VIH-Sida y tuberculosis. Todos los productos adquiridos a través del fondo son seguros, eficaces y de calidad garantizada. Para utilizar el fondo, los países, a través de sus ministerios de salud, deben firmar un convenio con la OPS. ¿Por qué hacerlo? Porque más y mejor acceso a medicamentos e insumos es clave para garantizar la salud para todas las personas en todas partes. Para conocer más, ingrese a www.pajo.org/Fondo Estratégico.
The history of Belize malaria fight has come a long way.
If you look at as far back as maybe the 70s, 80s and 90s, you were looking at peak transmission times for malaria.
For example, I could recall times when I was in Orange Walk. It was very tedious. We would go out into the field, like from 6 in the morning and visiting houses from village to village. And we would come back like at 10 at night and still haven't visited all the people we needed to treat for that day. It was so prevalent in that time.
At the time, the program was more vertical and it was more of a malaria program.
We had our own budget, we had our own staff. We would manage a program from central level. That in itself gave the advantages of being able to maximize the effectiveness and the efficiency of the human resources, whereby you would ensure that they are working just on malaria.
Decentralization happened early 2000s, and what that entailed was giving authority to the various regional management teams that were put in place.
At that time, we faced some challenges in the sense that decentralizing the staff, then that means to say that supervision and the administration would fall under the regional management team, which we had some challenges there as to the skills of the management. What we did immediately is strengthen the skills of the new staff and those staff that we knew needed to improve their skills. So we had some training, very specific and continuous training. We ensured that all districts had the standard operating procedures, training manuals, operational manuals. That was key. And we would ensure that the surveillance would still be done as how it should be done, that the diagnosis and the treatment would still remain timely. At the headquarters, we continued providing that support, that technical support, that advice. We ensured the resources were there at the regional level for them to continue executing the strategies for malaria.
From my years of working in the program, malaria evolved from 1,000 plus cases early 2000 to 0 cases at present.
As the cases started reducing, we started working with more confidence in terms of this is actually achievable in terms of our goal of elimination. Over recent years, we've had the introduction of new tools locally. Insecticide-treated bed nets have been more affordable. So we introduced those, I would say maybe around 2009, 2010. And then we introduced rapid diagnostic tests, which initially was quite expensive, and now it's more affordable in the region. So there was a reorientation of the health services towards moving from malaria control program. That started somewhere, I would say maybe around 2013, 2014. As you move towards elimination and you want to do things like risk stratification, micro-planning and things like that, these are things that you need to bring your people up to standard, and that's where the reorientation process takes place. So we developed the first strategic plan for malaria elimination in 2018. At the ministry level, we developed the strategic and operational plans. At the district level, they take the national operational plans and devise their own specific operational plans. And the key partners at their level that they're working with is multiple partners.
We've trained doctors, nurses, administrators, PCAs, every aspect, every level of care, so that we all remember malaria and we remember to test for it.
Did you know that 1/3 of health budgets are used to purchase medicines? High costs, insufficient quality, and hard-to-source products in the market are major barriers to access medicines and threaten the sustainability of the system. For this reason, and at the request of the countries of the Americas, the Pan American Health Organization in 2000 created the Strategic Fund. The fund is a mechanism for pooled procurement of quality medicines and public health supplies. It pools the demand of multiple countries, executes international tenders, and achieves reduced prices when purchasing large volumes of the same product. It also supports countries to improve demand planning and prevent stockouts of medicines and health supplies. What products can be purchased? More than 250, from treatments for various diseases, communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, and neglected diseases, to medical devices, supplies, and diagnostic kits. the Strategic Fund provides lines of credit for countries when needed through its capital account. The use of the fund allows savings in health budgets. In just 1 year, one country saved $13 million in the procurement of medicines for HIV/AIDS and tuberculosis. All products procured through the Strategic Fund are safe, effective, and quality assured. To use the fund, countries through their ministries of health need to sign an agreement with PAHO. Why do this? Because improving access to medicines and supplies is key to guaranteeing health for all, everywhere. To learn more, visit www.paho.org/strategic fund.
I am.
We are.
All of us. Together.
This is who we are.
Our humanity. The hopes we share.
The struggles we face.
The stories that define us.
Individually, collectively, universally.
Every person.
Family.
Community.
We are happier when we have each other.
Healthier when we stand together.
Every one of us matters.
No one should be left behind.
We all have the same fundamental right
to health and happiness,
to the care we need,
wherever we live,
whatever we have or do not have,
regardless of age,
race,
language,
culture, or circumstance.
This is our mission.
We stand together with all people.
In every community, every country, throughout the hemisphere.
Because we are healthier.
Together.
We are the Pan American Health Organization, working for health, for everyone, everywhere.
¿Qué van a hacer aquí ahora?
Se vamos a vacunarse.
¿Qué vacuna les van a poner?
La gripal y la varicela.
Estamos muy contentos, es la 20ª Semana de la Vacunación de las Américas. Hemos estado presentes en 44 países, hemos estado alcanzando 139 millones de personas y aquí en Argentina la semana de vacunación tiene muchísima relevancia porque se vive desde hace muchos años, desde que empezó en realidad, y se vive a todos los niveles, y es lo que hemos visto durante esta semana, es decir, a nivel de gran ciudad de Buenos Aires, como también provincias.
Una semana muy intensa de trabajo, de concientización, de fortalecimiento en la vacunación, articulando con Nación, obviamente, con la OPS, con la representante de la OPS, y la verdad que ha sido muy emotivo lo que hemos hecho acá en Cafayate y en Animaná.
La Semana de Vacunación de las Américas número 20 de la región de las Américas y 11 mundial por el liderazgo de la región de las Américas en vacunación. Es muy importante para Argentina, siempre es muy significativo, es una fiesta, es una semana de fiesta en todo el país donde todos los integrantes del sistema de salud y los vacunadores y las vacunadoras tienen un rol enorme, pero se habla de algo que nos da mucho orgullo en Argentina, que es nuestro calendario de vacunación y la confianza que tiene la población en las vacunas. Es muy emocionante y da mucho orgullo.
Hay que continuar durante cada semana, durante cada mes, para asegurarnos que llegamos a recuperar ese calendario y con el acompañamiento del OPS estamos seguros que poco a poco iremos avanzando y lo iremos consiguiendo.
The Pan American Health Organization Revolving Funds offers 2 regional mechanisms to improve access to quality, safe, and cost-effective health products. One of them, the PAHO Revolving Fund for Access to Vaccines, helps countries and territories in the Americas access high-quality vaccine supplies in alignment with technical recommendations. But how does it work? Based on the principles of quality, transparency, solidarity, and equity. The Revolving Fund groups countries' needs for vaccines and related supplies and procures them at affordable prices, offering an interest-free credit line, also coordinating international logistics and carefully monitoring every shipment and its cold chain. The Revolving Fund has over 40 years of experience and serves 41 countries and territories. Working hand in hand with the PAHO's technical program, it has contributed to major milestones in public health, such as the elimination of vaccine-preventable diseases in the Americas, including polio, rubella, and measles. It has helped countries to introduce vaccines like rotavirus, HPV, pneumococcal vaccines, and respond to health emergencies such as COVID-19 and monkeypox. In short, the Revolving Fund is a powerful mechanism created by the PAHO member states, and it contributes to their immunization goals in a sustainable way by overcoming barriers related to price, access, and quality.
E Biomanguinhos foi oficializado como um instituto produtor de imunobiológicos na década de 70. Desde então, Biomanguinhos vem junto com o Ministério da Saúde, o Programa Nacional de Imunizações, a Organização Pan-Americana de Saúde, a OMS, como um dos fornecedores principais de vacinas na América Latina. E neste momento, nós estamos em fase de desenvolvimento da tecnologia da vacina em RNA, nessa nova plataforma. Então, estamos detalhando os equipamentos, os rendimentos, todos os resultados que são esperados, não é só em termos de produção, como em metodologias analíticas de controle de qualidade, com o intuito de, no próximo ano, já termos as primeiras etapas de escalonamento e produção, visando os estudos clínicos necessários para essa vacina.
Synergium Biotech es una empresa de biotecnología aquí en Argentina y nos dedicamos a la producción de vacunas principalmente y otros productos biotecnológicos. Synergium Biotech tiene ya hace 2 años una participación en el Fondo Rotatorio de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud con la vacuna antigripal justamente, y tener esta capacidad instalada acá nos permite desafiar y buscar otros proyectos que permitan traer otras tecnologías y otros productos a la región. Este fue un fit perfecto, es una vacuna o una tecnología de mRNA innovadora y en un proyecto empujado y promocionado por OMS, por MPP y por PAHO. Esto no es un proyecto, esto es un programa, esto es un inicio de un camino largo que nos va a traer, si Dios quiere, muchas opciones y muchas vacunas para la región. Creo que esta tecnología nos abre un gran campo de trabajo futuro y sin duda tiene que impactar fuertemente en la situación sanitaria de las Américas y que todo el mundo tenga acceso a las vacunas.
The Pan American Health Organization revolving funds are pooled procurement mechanisms that facilitate equitable access to life-saving health products in the Americas. The PAHO Strategic Fund is one of these mechanisms, focused on ensuring access to essential medicines and supplies. Leveraging multidisciplinary technical expertise, multilateral cooperation, and established partnerships across the Americas, the Strategic Fund improves access to quality, safe, and cost-effective treatments and diagnostics for a range of diseases, such as HIV, tuberculosis, leishmaniasis, hypertension, cancer, and more. But how does it work? The Strategic Fund facilitates end-to-end procurement, advising countries with the rational use of medical products, quantifying demand, consolidating orders so medicines and supplies can be procured in bulk at significantly lower prices. The Strategic Fund offers a 60-day interest-free credit line to support payments, coordinating and monitoring shipments. This has helped bring down the cost of medicines by up to 99%, while strengthening supply chain capabilities and ensuring all products meet international standards. The Strategic Fund has been shown to be an effective mechanism to support the COVID-19 pandemic response, helping rapidly deliver personal protective equipment, diagnostic tests, and critical care medicines, while also averting stockouts of routine health supplies for existing priority public health programs. This means the Strategic Fund can strengthen health system resilience by supporting both essential health services and emergency response efforts during future crises.
Vaccination Week in the Americas have been celebrated for 20 years. It's an annual celebration that aims to promote equity and access to vaccination for all people, no matter where they live or their socioeconomic situation. Everybody has the right to health, to vaccines, and to a healthier life.
Porque las vacunas salvan vidas.
Aunque estemos en COVID, la vacunación no para, la vacunación continúa.
Cada año y en solo una semana, este empuje sin igual por la salud, liderado por los países y apoyado por la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, logra vacunar alrededor de 50 millones de personas.
El desafío es grande porque nos trazamos metas.
A principal dificuldade são as distâncias.
Que los niños de nuestro país no vayan a morir por una enfermedad prevenible.
La forma de llegar a la casa y llegarle al usuario es muy importante.
Y se espera con ansias.
Hoy en día sé que es importante la vacuna.
Es muy importante vacunar a nuestros niños para el bien de nuestra familia.
Me tomo el tiempo de llevar a mi hijo a vacunar. Eso se llama responsabilidad y tenerle amor a sus hijos.
Cada uno de nosotros puede hacer algo. Tenemos que hacer nuestra parte.
Es lo más lindo que me pasó. Hago con mucho cariño, con mucho empeño mi trabajo e me gusta muito.
Eu me sinto muito honrada de trabalhar, porque eu sei que é programa que você tem resultados.
La salud no espera. Vacunémonos.
Vacúnate.
Uno todos los días está luchando para que nuestra población esté sana.
Por el bien de todos, en las Américas y en el mundo,
las vacunas son muy seguras y efectivas. Esta iniciativa se ha convertido en un ejemplo magnífico de lo que puede suceder cuando los países trabajan juntos.
Sabemos que una población sana es una garantía para un país fuerte.
Vaccination Week in the Americas demonstrates the political commitment of countries toward their immunization programs. Thanks to the joint efforts from more than 40 countries and their partners. In the past 20 years, more than 1 billion people have been vaccinated during Vaccination Week in the Americas, and different diseases have been eradicated in our region. Thanks to health workers, people in every corner get vaccinated. Today, we celebrate 20 years of Vaccination Week in the Americas. Are you fully vaccinated? Get all your shots.
¿Sabía que 1/3 de los presupuestos de salud se destina a la compra de medicamentos? Altos costos, calidad insuficiente y productos poco disponibles en el mercado, además, pueden representar una carga extra para los presupuestos de salud y amenazar la sostenibilidad del sistema. Por eso, y a pedido de los países de las Américas, la Organización Panamericana de la Salud creó el Fondo Estratégico en el año 2000. El fondo es un mecanismo solidario para la compra conjunta de medicamentos e insumos de salud pública de calidad. Consolida la demanda de múltiples países, convoca a licitaciones internacionales y obtiene precios reducidos al adquirir grandes volúmenes del mismo producto. También apoya a los países para mejorar la planificación de la demanda y evitar desabastecimientos. ¿Qué productos se pueden adquirir? Más de 250, desde tratamientos para diversas enfermedades, transmisibles, no transmisibles y desatendidas, hasta equipos médicos, insumos y kits de diagnóstico. El Fondo Estratégico ofrece líneas de créditos a los países que lo necesiten a través de su cuenta de capitalización. El uso del fondo genera ahorros en los presupuestos de salud. En solo un año, un país ahorró $13 millones en la compra de medicamentos para VIH-Sida y tuberculosis. Todos los productos adquiridos a través del fondo son seguros, eficaces y de calidad garantizada. Para utilizar el fondo, los países, a través de sus ministerios de salud, deben firmar un convenio con la OPS. ¿Por qué hacerlo? Porque más y mejor acceso a medicamentos e insumos es clave para garantizar la salud para todas las personas en todas partes. Para conocer más, ingrese a www.pajo.org/Fondo Estratégico.
The history of Belize malaria fight has come a long way.
If you look at as far back as maybe the 70s, 80s and 90s, you were looking at peak transmission times for malaria.
For example, I could recall times when I was in Orange Walk. It was very tedious. We would go out into the field, like from 6 in the morning and visiting houses from village to village. And we would come back like at 10 at night and still haven't visited all the people we needed to treat for that day. It was so prevalent in that time.
At the time, the program was more vertical and it was more of a malaria program.
We had our own budget, we had our own staff. We would manage a program from central level. That in itself gave the advantages of being able to maximize the effectiveness and the efficiency of the human resources, whereby you would ensure that they are working just on malaria.
Decentralization happened early 2000s, and what that entailed was giving authority to the various regional management teams that were put in place.
At that time, we faced some challenges in the sense that decentralizing the staff, then that means to say that supervision and the administration would fall under the regional management team, which we had some challenges there as to the skills of the management. What we did immediately is strengthen the skills of the new staff and those staff that we knew needed to improve their skills. So we had some training, very specific and continuous training. We ensured that all districts had the standard operating procedures, training manuals, operational manuals. That was key. And we would ensure that the surveillance would still be done as how it should be done, that the diagnosis and the treatment would still remain timely. At the headquarters, we continued providing that support, that technical support, that advice. We ensured the resources were there at the regional level for them to continue executing the strategies for malaria.
From my years of working in the program, malaria evolved from 1,000 plus cases early 2000 to 0 cases at present.
As the cases started reducing, we started working with more confidence in terms of this is actually achievable in terms of our goal of elimination. Over recent years, we've had the introduction of new tools locally. Insecticide-treated bed nets have been more affordable. So we introduced those, I would say maybe around 2009, 2010. And then we introduced rapid diagnostic tests, which initially was quite expensive, and now it's more affordable in the region. So there was a reorientation of the health services towards moving from malaria control program. That started somewhere, I would say maybe around 2013, 2014. As you move towards elimination and you want to do things like risk stratification, micro-planning and things like that, these are things that you need to bring your people up to standard, and that's where the reorientation process takes place. So we developed the first strategic plan for malaria elimination in 2018. At the ministry level, we developed the strategic and operational plans. At the district level, they take the national operational plans and devise their own specific operational plans. And the key partners at their level that they're working with is multiple partners.
We've trained doctors, nurses, administrators, PCAs, every aspect, every level of care, so that we all remember malaria and we remember to test for it.
Did you know that 1/3 of health budgets are used to purchase medicines? High costs, insufficient quality, and hard-to-source products in the market are major barriers to access medicines and threaten the sustainability of the system. For this reason, and at the request of the countries of the Americas, the Pan American Health Organization in 2000 created the Strategic Fund. The fund is a mechanism for pooled procurement of quality medicines and public health supplies. It pools the demand of multiple countries, executes international tenders, and achieves reduced prices when purchasing large volumes of the same product. It also supports countries to improve demand planning and prevent stockouts of medicines and health supplies. What products can be purchased? More than 250, from treatments for various diseases, communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, and neglected diseases, to medical devices, supplies, and diagnostic kits. The Strategic Fund provides lines of credit for countries when needed through its capital account. The use of the fund allows savings in health budgets. In just 1 year, one country saved $13 million in the procurement of medicines for HIV/AIDS and tuberculosis. All products procured through the Strategic Fund are safe, effective, and quality assured. To use the fund, countries through their ministries of health need to sign an agreement with PAHO. Why do this? Because improving access to medicines and supplies is key to guaranteeing health for all, everywhere. To learn more, visit www.paho.org/strategic fund.
I am.
We are.
All of us. Together.
This is who we are.
Our humanity. The hopes we share.
The struggles we face.
The stories that define us.
Individually, collectively, universally.
Every person,
family,
community.
We are happier when we have each other.
Healthier when we stand together.
Every one of us matters.
No one should be left behind.
We all have the same fundamental right
to health and happiness,
to the care we need,
wherever we live,
whatever we have or do not have,
regardless of age,
race,
language,
culture, or circumstance.
This is our mission.
We stand together with all people.
In every community, every country, throughout the hemisphere.
Because we are healthier.
Together.
We are the Pan American Health Organization, working for health for everyone, everywhere.
¿Qué van a hacer aquí ahora?
Se vamos a vacunarse.
¿Qué vacuna les van a poner?
La gripal y la varicela.
Estamos muy contentos, es la 20ª semana de la vacunación de las Américas. Hemos estado presentes en 44 países, hemos estado alcanzando 139 millones de personas y aquí en Argentina la semana de vacunación tiene muchísima relevancia porque se vive desde hace muchos años, desde que empezó en realidad, y se vive a todos los niveles, y es lo que hemos visto durante esta semana, es decir, a nivel de gran ciudad de Buenos Aires, como también provincias.
Una semana muy intensa de trabajo, de concientización, de fortalecimiento en la vacunación, articulando con Nación, obviamente, con la OPS, con la representante de la OPS, y la verdad que ha sido muy emotivo lo que hemos hecho acá en Cafayate y en Animaná.
La la Semana de Vacunación de las Américas número 20 de la región de las Américas y 11 mundial por el liderazgo de la región de las Américas en vacunación. Es muy importante para Argentina, siempre es muy significativo, es una fiesta, es una semana de fiesta en todo el país donde todos los integrantes del sistema de salud y los vacunadores y las vacunadoras tienen un rol enorme, pero se habla de algo que nos da mucho orgullo en Argentina, que es nuestro calendario de vacunación y la confianza que tiene la población en las vacunas. Es muy emocionante y da mucho orgullo.
Hay que continuar durante cada semana, durante cada mes, para asegurarnos que llegamos a recuperar ese calendario y con el acompañamiento del OPS estamos seguros que poco a poco iremos avanzando y lo iremos consiguiendo.
The Pan American Health Organization Revolving Funds offers 2 regional mechanisms to improve access to quality, safe, and cost-effective health products. One of them, the PAHO Revolving Fund for Access to Vaccines, helps countries and territories in the Americas access high-quality vaccine supplies in alignment with technical recommendations. But how does it work? Based on the principles of quality, transparency, solidarity, and equity. The Revolving Fund groups countries' needs for vaccines and related supplies and procures them at affordable prices, offering an interest-free credit line, also coordinating international logistics and carefully monitoring every shipment and its cold chain. The Revolving Fund has over 40 years of experience and serves 41 countries and territories. Working hand in hand with the PAHO's technical program, it has contributed to major milestones in public health, such as the elimination of vaccine-preventable diseases in the Americas, including polio, rubella, and measles. It has helped countries to introduce vaccines like rotavirus, HPV, pneumococcal vaccines, and respond to health emergencies such as COVID-19 and monkeypox. In short, the Revolving Fund is a powerful mechanism created by the PAHO member states, and it contributes to their immunization goals in a sustainable way by overcoming barriers related to price, access, and quality.
Biomanguinhos foi oficializado como um instituto produtor de imunobiológicos na década de 70. Desde então, Biomanguinhos vem junto com o Ministério da Saúde, Programa Nacional de Imunizações, a Organização Pan-Americana de Saúde, a OMS, como um dos fornecedores principais de vacinas na América Latina. E neste momento, nós estamos em fase de desenvolvimento da tecnologia da vacina em RNA, nessa nova plataforma. Então, estamos detalhando os equipamentos, os rendimentos, todos os resultados que são esperados, não é só em termos de produção, como em metodologias analíticas de controle de qualidade, com o intuito de, no próximo ano, já termos as primeiras etapas de escalonamento e produção, visando os estudos clínicos necessários para essa vacina.
Synergium Biotech es una empresa de biotecnología aquí en Argentina y nos dedicamos a la producción de vacunas principalmente y otros productos biotecnológicos. Synergium Biotech tiene ya hace 2 años una participación en el Fondo Rotatorio de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud con la vacuna antigripal justamente Y tener esta capacidad instalada acá nos permite desafiar y buscar otros proyectos que permitan traer otras tecnologías y otros productos a la región. Este fue un fit perfecto, es una vacuna o una tecnología de mRNA innovadora y en un proyecto empujado y promocionado por OMS, por MPP y por PASCO. Esto no es un proyecto, esto es un programa, esto es un inicio de un camino largo que nos va a traer, si Dios quiere, muchas opciones y muchas vacunas para la región. Creo que esta tecnología nos abre un gran campo de trabajo futuro y sin duda tiene que impactar fuertemente en la situación sanitaria de las Américas y que todo el mundo tenga acceso a las vacunas.
The Pan American Health Organization revolving funds are pooled procurement mechanisms that facilitate equitable access to life-saving health products in the Americas. The PAHO Strategic Fund is one of these mechanisms, focused on ensuring access to essential medicines and supplies. Leveraging multidisciplinary technical expertise, multilateral cooperation, and established partnerships across the Americas, the Strategic Fund improves access to quality, safe, and cost-effective treatments and diagnostics for a range of diseases, such as HIV, tuberculosis, leishmaniasis, hypertension, cancer, and more. But how does it work? The Strategic Fund facilitates end-to-end procurement, advising countries with the rational use of medical products, quantifying demand, consolidating orders so medicines and supplies can be procured in bulk at significantly lower prices. The Strategic Fund offers a 60-day interest-free credit line to support payments, coordinating and monitoring shipments. This has helped bring down the cost of medicines by up to 99%, while strengthening supply chain capabilities and ensuring all products meet international standards. The Strategic Fund has been shown to be an effective mechanism to support the COVID-19 pandemic response, helping rapidly deliver personal protective equipment, diagnostic tests, and critical care medicines, while also averting stockouts of routine health supplies for existing priority public health programs. This means the Strategic Fund can strengthen health system resilience by supporting both essential health services and emergency response efforts during future crises.
Vaccination Week in the Americas have been celebrated for 20 years. It's an annual celebration that aims to promote equity and access to vaccination for all people, no matter where they live or their socioeconomic situation. Everybody has the right to health, to vaccines, and to a healthier life.
Porque las vacunas salvan vidas.
Aunque estemos en COVID, la vacunación no para. La vacunación continúa.
Cada año y en solo una semana, este empuje sin igual por la salud, liderado por los países y apoyado por la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, logra vacunar alrededor de 50 millones de personas.
El desafío es grande porque nos trazamos metas.
A principal dificuldade são as distâncias.
Que los niños de nuestro país no vayan a morir por una enfermedad prevenible.
La forma de llegar a la casa y llegarle al usuario es muy importante.
Y se espera con ansias.
Hoy en día sé que es importante la vacuna.
Es muy importante vacunar a nuestros niños para el bien de nuestra familia.
Me tomo el tiempo de llevar a mi hijo a vacunar. Eso se llama responsabilidad y tenerle amor a sus hijos.
Cada uno de nosotros puede hacer algo. Tenemos que hacer nuestra parte.
Es lo más lindo que me pasó. Hago con mucho cariño, con mucho empeño mi trabajo y me gusta mucho.
Eu me sinto muito honrada de trabalhar porque eu sei que é programa que você tem resultados.
La salud no espera. Vacunémonos.
Vacúnate. Uno todos los días está luchando para que nuestra población esté sana.
Por el bien de todos, en las Américas y en el mundo,
Las vacunas son muy seguras y efectivas. Esta iniciativa se ha convertido en un ejemplo magnífico de lo que puede suceder cuando los países trabajan juntos.
Sabemos que una población sana es una garantía para un país fuerte.
Vaccination Week in the Americas demonstrates the political commitment of countries toward their immunization programs. Thanks to the joint efforts from more than 40 countries and their partners. In the past 20 years, more than 1 billion people have been vaccinated during Vaccination Week in the Americas, and different diseases have been eradicated in our region. Thanks to health workers, people in every corner get vaccinated. Today, we celebrate 20 years of Vaccination Week in the Americas. Are you fully vaccinated? Get all your shots.
¿Sabía que 1/3 de los presupuestos de salud se destina a la compra de medicamentos? Altos costos, calidad insuficiente y productos poco disponibles en el mercado, además, pueden representar una carga extra para los presupuestos de salud y amenazar la sostenibilidad del sistema. Por eso, y a pedido de los países de las Américas, la Organización
Buenas tardes a todas y todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, let's get started and see that if we start on time, perhaps we can conclude today. Otherwise, we'll have to come back and finish tomorrow. We have a quorum, so let's get started. I give the floor to the President to kick off this afternoon's session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I trust you all had a good lunch and a good break. So we're on a good trajectory to achieve most, if not everything, that we set out to achieve during the course of the rest of the day. We're going to pick up now at items 3.6, report of the investigations office for 2022. We're closing on that item. I don't think there was any other contribution from the floor. So I will then hand to Mr. Lim. I believe it was your time to respond, so go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, first of all, I hope everybody had a good lunch. I'd like to just say also that, I'd like to thank, the member states for your many suggestions. And I think we will take your suggestions on board. And I'd like to also say that, to thank you for your strong support and encouragement of the investigative function here in Pajo. I'd like to address a comment from the delegation from Mexico. And I'd like to share that in paragraph 23 of the annual report, we explain that allegations that are classified as miscellaneous usually involve complaints not related to the organization or its personnel. There are instances where complaints pertain to HR issues or ethical queries or misconduct issues at WHO. We will typically direct these complaints to the appropriate channels, be it the HR department, the ethics office, or the WHO Internal Oversight Office. As I said, we take on board your suggestions and we will endeavor to provide more information about these miscellaneous complaints in future reports. Let me now move on to the questions from the U.S. delegation. And the first question was about the prioritization of allegations of a personal nature. I'd like to share that usually when we receive new allegations, my office conducts an initial review, and then we assign a priority in terms of high, medium, and low. And high priority cases usually involves, for instance, allegations of fraud with implications of financial losses, allegations against senior officials of the organization, or allegations involving sexual exploitation and abuse and sexual harassment. However, on a more practical level, investigations at Pajo or investigators at Pajo are always working on multiple cases simultaneously. With small investigation offices like that in Pajo, it is more important for us to be able to balance multiple cases than to create an elaborate list of prioritization. With harassment and allegations of a personal nature, cases like that, we may interview multiple witnesses. So there are always gaps within the schedule which we can fit in to deal with other cases. The investigations office also has the ability to recommend interim actions during an investigation. So this has served us well on a number of cases involving allegations of personal nature. Interim actions can range from recommending someone to be reassigned, duty stations, or recommending a temporary change in reporting lines. With fraud cases, it is typically more straightforward in the sense that there are less witness interviews, witness statements to collect. So it is more about reviewing documents and reviewing transactions. So we can often move faster and to get to the subject interview and then to draft a investigation report. But all in all, it's more about balancing the caseload rather than adhering to a strict list of prioritization. I want to address the second question from the U.S. delegation, and this is about the fraud loss statistics. If you look at the report, you will note that most of the losses that were reported from 2022 arose from damages or loss of laptops and cell phones, and this was at a cost of about 8,700 net loss to the organization. And of the 4 fraud investigations that were completed last year, only 2 had financial implications. And this was noted in paragraph 28B of the report. But I'd like to share also that events have since overtaken the report, and I'm pleased to share that the organization actually did not suffer any losses in the 2 fraud cases because all the monies were actually recovered. There was a third issue involving a write-off of about $300, and this issue was discussed at the APLP, and it was determined to be a control issue. So it was handled by the country office, and it did not rise to a matter that required an investigation. And finally, but not least, I'd like to address the third question from the U.S. delegation, and this is about the 2 sexual harassment cases that were reported last year. Again, let me reiterate that both cases were investigated, and we have since completed the investigation. So the investigation reports were submitted to management. The first report was submitted earlier this year, sometime in March, while the second report was submitted earlier this month. But I'd like to provide a bit more of an update on these 2 cases, but because of the separation of our functions, I'd like to actually invite Director of HRM to elaborate on the actions that were taken by the organization after the investigations office submitted its investigation report on these 2 cases. So may I ask the permission from Mr. President to invite the Director of HRM to provide an update on the 2 sexual harassment cases?
Okay, sure. Dr. Barrias. Oh, I see. Okay, I see her now. Go ahead, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr.
Muchas gracias
President.
por la
I
oportunidad
thank you for the
de
opportunity
proveer información sobre
to be able
estos
to
dos
provide
casos.
information about
En el
these 2
primero de
cases. In
ellos,
the first,
el reporte que fue
the
entregado
report
a la gerencia en
delivered to
marzo,
management in
este
March,
individuo proveía
that
servicios
individual provided
profesionales a la
professional
organización a
services
través de un
to the
contrato de
organization
servicios,
through
no
a
era
service
realmente un
contract.
funcionario
He
y
was
tampoco lo que
not,
se conoce como
that
un
person
trabajador
was not
contingente.
a
En cuanto
contingent worker
obtuvimos
or an
el reporte de
employee.
investigación,
Now, when we
este
received
individuo
the
dejó de
investigation
trabajar para
report,
la
the individual had
organización
already left the
y a
organization, was no
través de
longer
la
working for the
oficina
organization, and
de
through
nuestro asesor legal,
our legal
el caso
advisor's
fue
office,
referido
the
a las
case
autoridades
was
nacionales de ese
referred
país
to that
en
person's
donde estos
country's
servicios eran
national
entregados a la
authorities, that
organización.
is, the country from which
En
those
el
services
segundo
were
caso,
provided to
el
this organization. The
individuo,
second
el
case, the
caso
individual,
menciona el señor Lim,
the
que el reporte
case
fue
raised by Mr.
recientemente
Lim,
entregado a la
whose
gerencia.
report was recently
Este
submitted to
individuo
management.
ya
That
había
individual
sido separado de
had
la organización
already
por una
been
falta previa.
let
Este es
go
uno
from
de
the
los
organization
casos
given a
reportados
prior
en el
case.
reporte de
That was one of the
recursos
cases
humanos,
that
uno de los
figures
dos
in
casos
the
en
HR
donde
report, one of the
se
2
realizó
cases
un
in which
despido inmediato.
there, which
Entonces,
led to
esta
an
persona
immediate
ya no estaba
firing or letting go or
ya no
release,
tenía
dismissal
funciones
of
en
the
la
person. And
organización.
so
Esos son los dos casos
those are the
a los
cases
que el señor Lin se refiere.
that Mr. Ling was just referring to.
Thank you very much. Do you want to conclude, or you, that's it?
I don't have anything further to add. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I'll ask Greg to know if he wants to add his voice to what has already been said.
Thank you, Mr. President. Começaria primeiro de agradecer as contribuições, sugerências.
I would like to start by expressing thanks for the contributions
tema,
made by the
eu creio
U.S.,
que como
namely,
foi muito bem
in those remarks,
informado
this was a
por
case
nosso investigador, Mr. Lim.
for which
Há
we've
esforço
received
de
much
fortalecer
information.
a oficina de investigação,
An effort is underway to strengthen the investigative
todas as
function
denúncias,
so that
alegações
all
podem receber
reports,
esse
allegations
tratamento como
can receive
como ela investigadora a
the
reportar.
treatment, such as in these cases in which the investigations took seriously the allegations, and any allegation of wrongdoing or fraud or harassment, whatever the case may be, that all inappropriate treatment or performance or behavior receive the same treatment by the investigators, and then through the HR department, after concluding the investigation, that whatever measures that need to be taken to protect the organization will be made, and especially to protect the people in the organization, as well as those people which this organization serves, to make sure that everyone's rights be upheld, and also especially to safeguard the right that all people have to not be harassed here or in our country. So this is a commitment, and this is part of our system. These should not be one-off instances, but a systematic approach. We've got the ethics office, the ombudsman, and other parts of our conflict resolution system that are brought to bear. So I do think it's important that this system work properly, adequately, and that it is kicked into action as soon as there is an audit, internal and external, that identifies a problem, and that such a case be sent to the investigative office. And we will continue to strive to make sure that the office operates according to terms of reference. It's a very important function for this organization.
Thank you very much, Director. And just to inform the committee again that the discussions are reflected in the final report. Thank you very much. So we're now on to item 7.1. Hold on. Are we? Am I correct? Yeah. 7.10. Okay. And that's a continuation of the items that we had started and closed on last evening. So we're now at sub-item G, Health and Human Rights Progress Report. And I will ask Dr. Jerry Ekmans. I hope I have that correct. Yes, I got the thumbs up, so I'm improving. If I'm here another 2 or 3 days, I'll have everybody's name known very well. Director of the Department of Social and Environmental Determinants of Health Equity of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau to speak. She's already at her table. I'll present the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished delegates, Director, colleagues. It's my pleasure to introduce the progress report on the resolution on health and human rights adopted during the Directing Council in 2010. This report covers the period of 2017 to March 2023 and is additional to the progress report that was presented at the 29th Pan American Sanitary Conference in 2017. Some examples of progress in the reporting period are the mainstreaming of human rights in the PAHO governing bodies documents on issues related to health of groups in situation of vulnerability. For example, in 2018, the final version of the Bureau report on health status of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender persons in the region was approved. This report analyzed the obstacles faced by these persons in accessing health services and offered recommendations to eliminate those obstacles. Also, the submission of reports and opinions to international and national organs regarding laws, regulations, and policies on health from human rights perspective were made. Strengthening of national frameworks and good practices through meetings, documents, technical opinions on draft laws and constitutional reforms, and strong collaboration with UN and OAS on the promotion of international instruments, for example, the Inter-American Convention for Older People, for older persons, and the formulation of normative documents. The pandemic led to better understanding of the need to focus on human rights in the responses to sanitary crisis and emergencies. The Bureau analyzed public health measures via human rights standards, particularly to protect them in a situation of greater risk and vulnerabilities. It provided technical guidance and positioned human rights and health issues in public forums, communication campaigns and webinars with the UN and OAS organs, judicial branches of member states, collaborating centers, civil society, etc. Documents and materials were produced regarding ethnicity, mental health, persons with disability, migration, environment, climate change, among many others. And finally, a course on health and human rights was published in the virtual campus, and a report was produced on regulations, policies, and programs on health services for migrants and barriers faced by them in the context of vaccination during COVID-19. Offering online content has proven to be a good practice for greater dissemination of and access to information on health and human rights. Member states have continued to incorporate international human rights instruments into their health-related policies, legislation, and practices. To further progress, the following measures are proposed for the consideration of member states. A. Ensure the health action strategies, plans, programs, and regulations are aligned with international human rights standards, in particularly those that seek resilience and adaptation to the effects of climate change, with special attention to population situation of vulnerability in cities and in human settlements. B. Share information, successful experiences, and good practices among member states for the protection of human rights in decision-making and the implementation of public health policies. C. Link national human rights mechanisms to legislative and judicial branches so that decision-making on issues related to health and its determinants maintain a human rights perspective. D. Include or strengthen a human rights perspective and rapid response mechanisms, early warnings, and interinstitutional coordination for the prevention and management of emergencies, health crises, and natural disasters, including in the implementation of urgent measures, actions, and protection plans with emphasis on population in situation of vulnerability. E. Improve universal health from a human rights perspective through new technologies, explore the relationship between health, its social determinants, and the right to access to information, protection of personal data, and digital rights. And F. Strengthen social participation and consultation mechanisms, as well as the capacities of policymakers and service providers from a human rights perspective in decision-making and implementation of health policies aimed at population and situation of vulnerability in line with the Sustainable Health Agenda for the Americas 2018-2030. The Secretariat will continue its support to the Member States to make progress on health and human rights. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I now open the plenary for any contribution to this issue. Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thank Dr. Eichmann for the presentation on this report. I thank this organization for making sure that rights are made cross-cutting, especially on those matters having to do with the health of particularly vulnerable groups. Our country is thoroughly committed to strengthening, promoting, and protecting human rights. To that effect, as you know, Argentina was honored by being chosen to preside over the Council of Human Rights of the UN during 2022, underscore the efforts made by our country on policies to combat against discrimination against women, gender violence, the LGBTQ group. We have concluded in January that stint. We would also recall that last March, Argentina hosted the third World Forum on Human Rights 2023, in which health and human rights played a key role with focus on sexual and reproductive rights, gender, mental health, problematic consumption, HIV, primary health care, promoting health, and different activities focus on the comprehensive health of young persons. To coordinate and carry out these activities, the participation of civil society organizations was very important, with whom we worked closely to carry out to organize the days of that event. Now, we celebrate the measures highlighted in this document and the efforts made by this organization through the virtual public health campus, especially those that have to do with mental health, persons with disabilities, migration, among others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Argentina, and I recognize Chile. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much. We thank and commend PAHO for this document and the commitment that has been expressed therein on human rights, and that this is being done progressively and increasingly over the last couple of years. I would like to ask, however, because something was not clear to me, how PAHO sees item C of the proposed measures. The powers of the state or branches of states are separate, executive, legislative, and judiciary. And so, how does PAHO see this invitation to connect the mechanisms with the branches of government, as well as the legal frameworks to increase access to justice and to health? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chile, I see no other hand up for intervention, so I ask Dr. Ekmans to respond to the comments made.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you for those comments, and I thank you, Argentina, for the progress you've made and the emphasis being placed on human rights and priority topics and other matters, related matters. Thank you very much, Chile. I also thank you for your interest. Now, the Human Rights Advisor, I would please ask you to address this matter, how to best relate the different national mechanisms with initiatives of the judiciary. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. President, I ask for your permission, sir, with your permission.
Already granted. Go ahead, please. You have to turn it right. Go now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, dear Director. Thank you very much for the question. Muchas gracias. La pregunta de
Thank you very much for the question raised by Chile, extremely important, which enables us to clarify something that is very important. I believe that the understanding that we have regarding cross-cutting nature of human rights has to do with a control at the level of countries at a national level. It is not an understanding regarding human rights looking at it from the international point of view, but integrating this into the work of the different branches of power of the state in each one of the countries. And we see this as a logic for promotion on the one hand, prevention on the other one. And in that regard, as one of the branches, when there's a problem on health, then the logic there would be the control exercised by judiciaries and the alternative mechanisms for conflict or dispute settlement on matters of justice. So the logic is to take advantage of the work done by member states, to work hand in hand with them in each one of the stages: promotion, prevention, protection, and whenever a problem arises on health, obviously to cooperate so that the judicial branches and control mechanisms will keep that perspective of human rights in the decision on the issues related to health. And that essentially would be the understanding that wishes to propose these measures, both C as those connected to alternative measures for dispute settlement. I hope that this answers the question raised by the distinguished delegate from Chile. If not, obviously, I'm ready to answer further. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And I think Chile has indicated that they'd like a follow-on question, so please.
Yes, thank you very much for the answer. But I'd like to add to my question, saying the following. Do you and your proposal see this in practice? How do you see this connection in practice? Do you see it from the point of view of a special structure within the Ministry of Health at the level of the different services? How do you foresee its implementation? I couldn't agree more with point C, the way it is drafted. However, the concept of connecting or tying this in, where does it come in? Thank you.
Señor Presidente,
Mr. President, once again, with your permission, sir, please. Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, the verb linking or connecting, in English we see it as linking, but in fact it is a joint work logic. We don't see it as something different. It sounds like mandatory, like binding. That's not the logic. The logic is to bring you in and to work together. What would be the concrete implementation measures that we can foresee? Well, having taken a look at successful experiences and sharing best practices between the judicial branches in the region, for example, on amparo resources, on habeas corpus resources, and this is something that is contained in the report. When the problem arises, then the judicial branch responds if they have an adequate understanding of the concept of the right to health, or human rights related or tied to health. So what we want to say with this term is the link has to do with work of promotion, training, even with judiciaries, with authorities from the ministries of health, and also other authorities related to health. And one of the measures that is proposed is in connection with formal or informal settlements in our countries. And that goes beyond authorities. It goes beyond the powers of the judicial branch or the ministries of health, but it has access to other officials that have policies on territorial zoning. So the word linking, what we're seeking with it is that in practice and implementation, we want to share good practices as well as capacity building, not only best practices, but capacity building, and also a little bit crossing information, and for the authorities amongst themselves also of different powers and jurisdictions in member states to cooperate between them in reaching the better understanding of the right to health. Thank you, Mr. President.
Are you comfortable, Chile? Okay, all right. Okay, I recognize Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the Secretariat for having prepared this progress report on an issue that, to our mind, is extremely important. It is a core issue to the effect that health and human rights have to be connected to health. Without health, there will be no human rights. So they're intimately connected. And this issue that is seen as a progress report is linked to the connection that we find between PAHO and other international organizations. And in that, I draw the attention of the United Nations family, the United Nations system, and its agencies and organizations that have work to do in this regard. I simply wanted to leave this as a suggestion to be explored in the future, or if it were to be explored already, that this be reported in future progress reports, and let us know that the distribution establishes a contact with a view to promoting human rights. As we say in the U.S., with UN Women, with a population fund, as the International Migration Organization, the High Commissioner for Refugees, and in fact, the vast array of organizations and agencies within the United Nations, and even PAHO as an arm of the World Health Organization for the Americas. We could establish cooperation activities with all these other organizations. And then, if I could offer an additional suggestion, in paragraph 3, little d, of paragraph 3, we speak of the promotion of ratification of the Inter-American Convention on the Human Rights of Older Persons. This is heritage of the OAS in the field of human rights, and I understand that it would be useful because of the connection between health and race that we talked about yesterday, that this could also promote the ratification of the Inter-American Convention to combat racial discrimination, because it does have a direct link with the systems that we talked about. I don't want to amend the report, but I simply launch this so that we can think about these suggestions for future consideration in the final report of this meeting.
Thank you very much, Brazil. I see no other hand up, so I'll hand back to you for any final comments, and then the director.
Muchas gracias, Brazil, por
Thank you very much, Brazil, for this last comment. For future reports, we will include more detailed information as to what organizations we work with, because we do work with most of the United Nations organizations and agencies on this issue. And also, thank you for bringing up this other issue of including racial discrimination as one of the core issues and the organizations working on this. Thank you, and we will include it.
Thank you very much, Director.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President. It seems to me that the first thing I have to do is to thank Argentina, Chile, Brazil. I believe that these were very important comments. No doubt, ever since this resolution was approved in 2010, a lot of progress has been made in the region in the recognition of the fact that it is essential to adopt this perspective of human rights, from ensuring universal health as a right, as a human right, and all the way to many other resolutions and discussions that were adopted and that were taking place in the most recent past. I believe that ever since we discussed the issue of migrants that we started in the region in 2018, simply to bring an important example, the human rights approach was always a very important part of the discussion on how to guarantee human rights of migrants and refugees in the region. Also, the discussion about ethnicity and health in 2019, if my memory serves me well, we talked about this other perspective of the human rights approach, which is also a very important part on how to make sure that we guarantee human rights when the health sector needs to develop specific initiatives in order to make sure that all indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, Romani people, and other populations can feel that they're welcomed in a respectful way and that they have this outlook of human rights. And more recently, the final report of our high-level Commission on Mental Health, where the whole issue of the main recommendations is precisely around ensuring human rights of people with mental health that for so many decades had serious violations of human rights in our region, unfortunately. So I believe that in spite of all that progress that has been made, the report still underscores some important challenges that we face. And this look and this comment that was made by Chile on how to be able to transform more into concrete actions, some recommendations respecting the constitutional legal frameworks and the separation of powers that we have in our region. But as our advisor and the director clarified, we see this more as an invitation to collaboration amongst all the stakeholders that can play an important role. And thank you, Brazil, for that invitation to always bearing in mind that we have to follow this process of coordination with our agencies, our funds, and our programs within the United Nations system, aside other external stakeholders that are important. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Director. And again, committee member, the discussions will be reflected in the final report. Move now to sub-item H of progress reports on technical matters. This sub-item H is radiation protection and safety of radiation sources, international basic safety standards, progress report, and Dr. Castro, Interim Director of the Department of Innovation, Access to Medicines and Health Technologies of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, will deliver that item. Dr. Castro.
Buenas tardes, señor.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Director, Assistant Director, distinguished members of the Executive Committee. The radiation protection and safety of radiation sources, international basic safety standards, were endorsed by the 28th Pan American Sanitary Conference of the Pan American Health Organization in 2012 through Resolution SCP-2815. And as several of us know, radiation and radioactive materials are applied in medicine, in industry, and agriculture. But in spite of these benefits, there are risks, not only against the health of humans, but against the environment. The International Basic Safety Standards for Protection established a working group, and on the basis of that, they've developed a significant number of activities. The Pan American Health Organization and the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, signed practical agreements on issues of interest in 2012, 2017, and they're about to sign another one in 2023. And on the basis of that, they've held international events focused on the dissemination and enforcement of these standards, the international security standards and safety standards. And amongst the events are those developed in Costa Rica and Jamaica in 2012, Uruguay 2013, Chile 2015, Antigua and Barbuda 2017, Argentina in 2019. Also, international conferences were held on radiological protection in medicine, which were held in Germany, in Spain, Peru, and Australia between 2012 and 2020. And also, congresses have been organized on radiological and nuclear safety, held in the UK in 2012, South Africa, South Korea, and regional events which were held in Brazil, Argentina, Cuba, and Chile between 2013 and 2022. It is important to highlight that the several guides have been published, as well as technical documents, in order to provide greater guidance to member states on this issue that has high levels of technical complexity. Some of the issues that stand out in the course of this technical cooperation process, we have the fact that diagnostic services by image radiology, nuclear medicine, and radiotherapy have increased practically in all countries in the region, but also in number, not only in number, but in technological complexity. This supposes the need for updating the regulation and the rational and safe use of these technologies. In spite of the efforts made, we also see that there are difficulties encountered in connection with equitable access of radiological procedures for diagnosis and treatment, bearing in mind the fact that there's a high level of heterogeneity. To date, 22 countries have a formal regulatory body, and we even have member states in which this regulatory body has not been clearly established. Within the lessons learned, as reported by the progress report, we have the fact that there's a need for continue moving forward with the coordination of the different agencies responsible for safety and radiological protection, the importance of international cooperation ongoing in order to promote the implementation of the same and the need for updating the infrastructure as well as the technical national regulatory standards. And with this, I stop, and I am ready to answer whatever questions you might have. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I now open the floor to the plenary for any comments, discussions. I see none. No. Cuba.
Thank you, Mr. President. Cuba expresses its gratitude for the report submitted, which we approve. We agree fully with this progress report, but I would like to express the following. First of all, acknowledging the effort and the work done by PAHO in the region on matters related to the implementation of these standards and on safety issues by organizing and sponsoring events, projects, initiatives, regional initiatives, as well as promoting joint work with other organizations, international organizations such as the IAEA. Cuba is updating its national regulatory framework and structuring the legal base and the infrastructure of its national regulatory authorities, including the areas of radiological safety, safety of the patient, occupational safety, amongst others of relevance for the medical applications that use ionizing techniques. The work is heterogeneous, even the level of development and the implementation of the standards. No progress is made in some countries. Cuba participates actively in the development of projects and regulatory activities, particularly in dealing with safety, radiological safety. However, we still have a long way to go, essentially in medical applications, which is the broadest practice in the country, and we should increase the action to be deployed and carried out by our ministry in these issues. The applications that still require a greater level are those of diagnostic radiology and interventionist radiology. I ratify our agreement with the progress report submitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cuba. And I see no other indication of interest to speak. So, Dr. Castro, do you want to comment on Cuba's?
Sí, señor presidente.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Cuba, for your comments, and congratulations for the continuous progress and resolute progress with the implementation of the corresponding standards. Thank you.
Assistant Director.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to add that this is a topic that is very complex and where alliances and partnerships are very important for this region. And this is why the Bureau has a strong relationship with two of them, actually, the International Agency Atomic Energy and also the International Labor Work Organization. So the most important aspect of this is how we advise countries to regulate these issues, because if we're talking about an increasing number of equipment devices that are coming at daily basis on these radiation issues for medical devices and for better diagnostics. So important to continue the work and the advice that we can give to the countries, and important also stimulating the countries to ensure that regulatory bodies are present in all the countries of the region at some point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assistant Director. And again, discussions will be reflected in the final report. We move now to item 7.11, which is resolutions and other actions of intergovernmental organizations of interest to PAHO. Sub-item A, 76th World Health Assembly. I'd like to bring document CE172/INF/11A to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Nicholas Lagomorsino. Okay. Huh? Lagomorsino. Okay. Senior Advisor of the Governing Body's Office of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau to He's here to the table. Oh, right. And we'll ask him to deal with the matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. I am pleased to present item 711A on the 76th World Health Assembly, which was held from the 21st to the 30th of May 2023 in Geneva, Switzerland. The assembly was attended by representatives and delegates of 194 member states. The president of the World Health Assembly was Malta, represented by Dr. Christopher Fern, and Ecuador served as one of the 5 vice presidents of the assembly. The region of the Americas was also represented by El Salvador, who served as chair of Committee B. The document summarized the general proceedings and highlights from the assembly, as well as a decision of the 153rd session of the Executive Board, which was held following the 76th Assembly on 31st May. You also will find an annex to the document that contains a list of selected resolutions and decisions adopted by the Assembly that are of interest to the region of the Americas, to our region. And we are going to produce a revised version with documents containing a more exhaustive list for the 60th Directing Council that will be held in September. And if you have any comments, I'm here to answer. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Any comments on this issue? Yes. Well, okay, Brazil, then the United States.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. In just a few words, sir, we would like to thank the information provided. For Brazil, the 76th World Health Assembly was a framework in order to go back to an international strategy based on the principles of equity and solidarity for our country. It was a time in which we were able to express our defense of multilateralism for modern-day challenges, and most especially in connection with something that is closer to us in this body. We can simply stress that this assembly was also special because of the approval of a resolution on health for indigenous people, which was already stressed during our debate yesterday. It was the first time in 75 years of the World Health Organization that this issue was included in the agenda of the organization. Several years after the approval of a pioneer resolution that was taken here within PAHO. I would like to take advantage of this opportunity and to thank all countries for the support provided in our region to the Brazilian initiative, and to say that we're ready to transform this recently approved commitment into a global plan that no doubt will deal with the matters that are close to us and dear to us, such as traditional medicine, vulnerabilities, building resilient communities, training of human resources, mental health, and nutrition of indigenous peoples. In that regard, I reaffirm Brazil's commitment in moving forward with our agenda, looking for equity in health and the promotion of multilateralism and peace here in Geneva. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. I now yield the floor to the United States.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The U.S. is pleased for having cooperated with the member countries of the region of the Americas, actively contributing to the successful results of the 76th World Health Assembly. The member states of our region promoted greater equality in health and progress on universal health coverage, greater responsibility and transparency by WHO, and move forward on discussions on global health systems and security. U.S. would like to commend once again Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico for their leadership in the resolutions presented to the World Health Assembly, of which the U.S. were gladly co-sponsors. We're also grateful for the efforts aimed by PAHO in order to support the region, and we hope to take active part together with our colleagues and member states of the Americas in the following governing meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the United States. I now yield the floor to El Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. President. Quiero agradecer.
I would like to thank And in fact, we were given the chair of Committee B. We had great support from WHO leaders and also the support of PAHO when Salvador served as chair of Committee B. We also support the resolutions adopted during said assembly. We ask the coordination by GRULAC. I believe that this was something essential during this assembly to be able to coordinate and make the best decisions amongst the member states for all approved resolutions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Mexico?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The delegation of Mexico takes note of this report on the resolution of the World Health Assembly. Our delegation would like to stress that in the report we don't include the increase of the quota to WHO, the resolution adopted on that matter, and acknowledging the moratorium on the payment of contributions to WHO and the arrears not covered by some member states. For our region, it points to the financial difficulties that are faced in order to meet said obligations. Besides, we believe that it is important to continue fighting in order to acknowledge that the very difficult financial situation faced by countries when seeing this increase in quotas that have to be paid to organizations, complicated with the recent resolution of the OAS, precisely with an increase in quotas, as well as the correct allocation and use of WHO resources as allocated to the region of the Americas. Therefore, we kindly ask the support in order to share how complex the situation is with the WHO Secretariat so that they will take this into account for future planned increases in said organization that do have a bearing on PAHO, as well as extending the concern of the region of the Americas regarding regional distribution of WHO's budget. Although WHO Secretariat has said that said allocation has been on the rise, the resources earmarked to the Americas do not correspond to an equitable distribution based on the methodology approved by the organization. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Mexico. I yield the floor now to Canada.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the report. I simply wanted to make a point about Canada's support to the Brazil resolution and thanking our colleagues from Brazil and others in the region for supporting the resolution on Indigenous health. And very much echo the comments and the commitment to not just working with Indigenous partners, but including Indigenous partners and expertise and knowledge and wisdom as leaders in this process. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I see no other indication of any intention to speak, so I'll hand back to you for your comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to all the delegates in Brazil, United States, El Salvador, Mexico, and Canada. I had the opportunity to be there in the room when the resolution was approved on the indigenous people, and it was really an emotional moment. And not only the region came together, but also the whole world came together in a very divisive WHA. So I think, so I completely concur with also with the US and Canada and the other member states here. So, and thank you also the USA for the United States for the comments and for the mentioning of the resolutions that supported by Mexico, and Colombia, and Brazil, and supported by most of the many member states as co-sponsors, also as Canada mentioned. And para El Salvador también.
Now, for El Salvador, it was a pleasure to work with the Vice Minister for the preparation. It was not an easy task, and so that was excellent work in representation of the region regarding Mexico's comment. I thank you very much. We tried to include in the reference in the appendix, but we will revise this for the Directing Council and add any other more detailed information regarding that increase you referred to. So I thank you all.
And Director?
Thank you, Mr. President. Very brief. I think that I also want to congratulate all the member states from the Americas. I think that our participation as a region was very important during the World Health Assembly. At least 3 resolutions were proposed by our member states, including this historic resolution that the delegates from Brazil mentioned. And it also was important that after the initial discussions, many countries, or almost all the countries in the region, supported these 3 resolutions that were approved during the World Health Assembly. We also had the opportunity to convene, working with GRUA, the information meetings in order to share information with member states about what was happening in the behind the scenes, and some information to support your participation in the debates, because many of the countries, they don't have a strong, or they don't have a mission in Geneva, so sometimes they need more support in order to facilitate their participation. I also had the opportunity to be in many sessions of the General Assembly, the Committee A, B, and the technical briefings, and the participation of our member states was really very, very important. And I think that we need to keep this good collaboration and good coordination, good dialogue. I want also to congratulate Mexico, because after the Haiti was the GRUA coordinator, and I want to also thank Haiti. We worked very well with your mission in Geneva and the representative from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we congratulate Mexico. And also with Mexico, we certainly will have a very good collaboration in order to have the countries in America coming together in this discussion. So it was a very important World Health Assembly, some sensitive issues, as we saw during the debates, but this is part of the process. We are facing complex times. I think that very good discussion about the new instrument, about the international health regulation, about many other relevant topics, and it was really, I want also to congratulate Ecuador, that was the vice president of the Assembly, and El Salvador, that was the president of Committee B. I think that it was very important to have this presentation of our region there, and thank you. And let's prepare for the next one. That will be a challenge, because we will have to reach an agreement about many important things related to the new instrument in the international health regulation. It will be an historical World Health Assembly. I will need the opportunity to have a world better prepared, and I am very confident that the countries in the Americas will be a very important part of the process to guarantee consensus in the world about these very relevant instruments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. Again, we inform you that the discussions will be reflected in the final report. Okay, thank you very much. We move now to item 711, continue resolutions and other actions on intergovernmental organizations of interest to PAHO item B, sub-regional organizations. And this is document CE 172/INF/11B. And I bring this to the committee's attention, read by Ms. Huerta. Huerta, okay. This is a class for me, so please. I know I've failed the test already. Head of the Country and Sub-Regional Coordination Office of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. And she will now take the item for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Voy a hacer una...
I'll offer a brief summary of what this report contains. I hope you received it on time. This is a summary of the different activities and commitments taken on between the Pan American Health Organization and sub-regional organizations in the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. The purpose of this technical cooperation in the sub-region by this organization is to strengthen cooperation between PAHO and the integration processes in each sub-region, positioning public health priorities according to how it's determined by the member states. The very member states of this organization and placing it on the highest level of the agenda. We work closely, PAHO works closely with CARICOM, which is comprised of 20 countries. Our Sub-Regional Coordination Office in the Caribbean serves as the main point of contact with CARICOM. The Conference of Heads of Government and the Council for Human and Social Development of CARICOM have tackled important topics such as COVID, food systems, agriculture, climate change, human resources and health, among others. In the discussions, underscored was the topic of a need for technical assistance, collaboration among countries, and the importance of sustainable agriculture and climate resilience. In Central America, the Central American Integration System, SICA, is the sub-regional integration mechanism. PAHO collaborates with a number of initiatives and with the Secretariat of SICA, especially with the Council of Ministers of Health for Central America and the Dominican Republic, COMISCA. In the regular meetings of COMISCA, topics such as access to contraceptives, HIV, front labeling and strategies on health medicines and technologies. PAHO supports the project of integration of Mesoamerica focused on economic and social development, including public health initiatives. In the Andean community, the Andean Agency of Health acts as the executive secretariat of the meeting of health ministers of the Andean area. PAHO takes part in those meetings and supports the development and implementation of the strategic plan for integrating health. The meetings of health ministers have led to agreements tied to cancer prevention, sexual and reproductive health, collaboration to address the health of migrants, and the harmonization of regulations. We also have a close relationship with the with Mercosur, the common market of South America, and the Working Group 11, which focuses on strategic policies and developing plans and programs of joint action to improve the health of the population of Mercosur. Now, the Ministers of Health meetings of Mercosur have addressed a number of topics, among which the impact of plastics on human health, vaccinating along the borders, and policies for there to be more healthy environments, among others. Now, under progress, information is provided about the Forum for Progress of the Integration of the Southern Countries, PROSUR, which also promotes dialogue and cooperation among South American countries. The meeting of health ministers of PROSUR addresses sub-regional health matters, and the most recent activities include holding a seminar on the sustainable production of vaccines and broadening the immunization efforts and capacity, having and these are activities identified and promoted by PAHO, and PAHO's commitment to sub-regional organizations in the Caribbean, Central America, and South America, generally speaking, seeks to strengthen collaboration to jointly tackle sub-regional health matters and to promote sustainable development in these regions. In fact, in the short time that Dr. Barbosa has been the director of PAHO, he's already had the opportunity to take part in CARICOM, COMISCA, and Mercosur meetings. Lastly, we want to share with you that we are encouraging these sub-regional integration mechanisms to hold some of their meetings on the margins of this very important meeting of this organization. Thank you very much.
I now open the floor to the plenary for any comments. Okay, I recognize Argentina.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We are grateful for the presentation of this document. Argentina takes note of, and we underscore the importance of the sub-regional fora, such as Mercosur, and so we are grateful for PAHO's technical assistance. According to the MOU that was signed between PAHO and Mercosur, we underscore the declaration of ministers of health on the INB process adopted last week in the 52nd meeting of health ministers and associated states during the pro tempore chairmanship of Argentina. This document, the ministers declared, among other things, that they reaffirmed the importance and the strategic importance of continuing with the active participation of Mercosur in all of their processes, initiatives that are coordinated in the INB based on the principles of sovereignty, equity, international cooperation, and solidarity. This is the result of the ongoing work of the intergovernmental group, INSERCI, which promotes joint participation of our countries in the processes currently underway, such as INB and the working group on the amendments. Also, we underscore the adoption of the Mercosur strategy on climate change and health and the holding of the 10th Business Forum and in the public sector, moving toward self-sufficiency of the health industry, which enjoyed the participation of international trade organizations, productive sectors of the States Party. The debate was focused on strategies such as pharmaceutical ingredients, vaccines, diagnostics, and new technologies, equipment for health management. The joint work by States Party to Mercosur on these subject matters is very important, and to this effect, we encourage countries to garner consensus on those matters of international importance, which will strengthen the position of the Americas. We promote the continuity of these regional working groups along with the collaboration by PAHO so that our region will continue to be represented in these world processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Argentina, the floor is now open to Uruguay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am grateful for this document that shows the work that the organization has been carrying out with the region and subgroups Mercosur. As our colleague from Argentina has said, we have signed once again an MOU which raises the current needs of the region, climate change, namely, among others. Many of our countries are going through different specific situations resulting from that, about which we don't always have much experience, and this joint work means that we can be prepared in the short, medium, and long term. So we commend this support, celebrate the support that PAHO gives our region for these meetings and for us to develop a strategy. I would also like to stress that in the work that we've been carrying out on healthy borders with the support of PAHO, in which we have been provided with inputs as well as economic support to carry out different tasks with a view toward exchanging, raising awareness, working with countries together on border issues that we have detected in a number of the workshops that we have carried out. And we've seen how important it is for us to raise awareness about these issues, and PAHO has been there offering its support. I thank you for that support. And as my colleague from Argentina said, we want for there to be more working with the blocks. Hopefully we can when we come up with the final document on healthy borders, then we will disseminate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Uruguay, I see no other indication of Mexico. Oh, sorry, Mexico.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The delegation of Mexico takes note of the report given about the support to sub-regional integration organizations. We recognize the importance of working with said organizations in order to meet the specific needs of the sub-regions by leveraging horizontal learning and the joint strengthening of capacity building. We understand that while the report is indeed quite broad. Perhaps we could be more specific in addressing results, contributions made by PAHO and the results of that contribution. For example, different actions and the budgets allocated for each, so that we can assess the contribution that in each area PAHO is making to the subregions. Now we join Argentina and Uruguay in identifying a number of common topics on the agendas of these sub-regional organizations, and we are interested in their being reflected in the report, whether there are or not opportunities for learning experiences across the subregions. We think that that approach might enable us to share lessons learned and different approaches. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mexico. Okay, so I will now ask for a response, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you. Agradecemos.
We thank Argentina, Uruguay, and Mexico for your comments. We take note of the recommendations made, and the report submitted does include resolutions and actions carried out through March of this year. The report to be submitted at the Directing Council will go further into depth on those resolutions and actions carried out in meetings held by these different subregional mechanisms through the beginning of July. That's as far as we can go and have time to incorporate developments by the time we have to present at the Directing Council, but there will be other actions about which we will report to you. Now, we've talked about these sub-regional integration mechanisms. These are mechanisms that themselves do allow for this horizontal exchange among countries that belong to a given sub-region. But what Mexico is suggesting is even that much more important, because we keep hearing about these topics that themselves become cross-cutting issues or of common interest to all of the Americas, climate change being a case in point, migration, and lately the rise of vaccination coverage levels and stepping up the production of vaccines and health technologies, among others. Now that theme ties in closely to something we talked about yesterday, South-South cooperation. And of course, there is a way for us to put together seminars and fora allowing for this exchange of experiences across the sub-regions, and of course, for sharing best practices that we see within each one of those regional organizations. We thank you for the recommendations made that will help us to enrich this document in its future iterations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, and I'll ask the director if he has any comments.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Argentina, Uruguay for your comments and contributions, and Mexico, of course, on this topic. As Ms. Huerta said, over the last 5 months, I've had the opportunity to, either virtually or in person, take part in some of the meetings of the health ministers of COMISCA, CARICOM, and Mercosur. In all those meetings, very important matters on the agenda and the priorities in each one of the sub-regions were addressed, and those are in line with the regional goals. And as far as technical assistance, well, that is done through the Secretariat of each one of these bodies. The Secretariat does play an irreplaceable role because it makes it possible for arrangements and agreements to be made with sub-regional organizations in the Caribbean, for example. They are seeking out ways for greater cooperation on important matters such as front labeling, tobacco-related matters, and Central America. The same could be said. They are also seeking out mechanisms, for example, in Mercosur. Health along the borders is another subject matter that is of importance to the Mercosur countries. So I reassert our commitment to work closely with each one of these mechanisms, not just staying abreast of developments, but also offering to them those resources made available by this organization, working with the member states to facilitate the work done by the sub-regional mechanisms, which are also important. Thank you.
Director, and again, committee, the discussions reflected in the final report. Okay, so we're doing very well, I think, both in the content as well as the timing. And so I'm being advised and recommending to you that we take a very short coffee break, short when compared to other breaks. So 10 minutes, is that good? And then we get back here. We have 4 agenda items in keeping with what was announced earlier. And we should be able to complete, hopefully, this evening. So a coffee or tea break. Thank you very much.
To complete it, we do have quorum. There are at least 5 member states, so let me offer the floor to the President to start this session.
Thank you very much, and welcome again. So we move now to item 2.2, representation of the Executive Committee at the 60th Directing Council of the Pan American Health Organization, 75th session of the Regional Committee of the World Health Organization for the Americas. I'd like to bring the document CE 172/2 to the attention of the committee and yield the floor to the Secretary to present the item. Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. President. In accordance with Rule 54 of the Rules of Procedure of the Executive Committee, the committee shall be represented at sessions of the Council or of the Conference by 2 representatives appointed by the committee from among its members. The committee may designate alternates in the event that either of the representatives is unable to attend the pertinent session of the Council or of the Conference. The representatives of the committee shall be responsible for making appropriate reports on the actions and discussions of the committee, containing such information as may be useful to the deliberations of the Council or the Conference. That is all, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I kindly ask the committee to nominate 2 members to represent the committee at the 60th Directing Council. I recognize a member from Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'd like to suggest Bolivia and Jamaica as committee representatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other nomination or any other comments? No? Okay, so it's sure. So I declare therefore Bolivia and Jamaica as the appointed representatives. Now I'd like to request the nomination of 2 members to act as alternates. I recognize Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Argentina would like to nominate Cuba as committee vice president and Chile as an alternate representative. Thank you.
Okay, so there are 2 nominations, and I see no indication of any other. So we declare, therefore, Cuba and Chile as the 2 alternates. I would like to inform the committee that these appointments will be recorded in the final report as a decision. Thank you very much. Okay, so we move now to items 2.3, draft provisional agenda of the 60th Directing Council of PAHO, 75th session of the Regional Committee of the WHO for the Americas. Document CE 172/3 to the attention of the committee, and invite Mr. Nicholas Lagomore-Sino, Senior Advisor for the governing bodies of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table. I yield the floor to the Secretary to read the statutory provisions concerning this item.
Thank you, Mr. President. In accordance with Article 12C of the PAHO Constitution and Rule 7 of the Rules of Procedure of the Directing Council, the provisional agenda of the Council shall be prepared by the Director of the Bureau and submitted to the Executive Committee for approval. Thank you, Mr. President.
I now yield the floor to Mr. Lagomorsino to present the item.
Thank you, Mr. President. According to the rule of procedure just read by the Secretary, the Director submits for the consideration of the Executive Committee the provisional agenda that he has prepared for the 60th Directing Council, 75th session of the Regional Committee of WHO for the Americas. The draft agenda can be found in Annex A. The provisional agenda before you presents the customary agenda items for the Council, which includes procedural matters such as the appointment of committees and the adoption of the agenda, constitutional matters such as the annual report of the Director and the election of 3 member states to the Executive Committee. Also includes administrative and financial matters discussed this week by the Executive Committee and that require approval by the Council, such as the appointment of the external auditor of PAHO for 24, 25, 26, and 27 that you just discussed. And the Council will also review all the programs and policy matters and the final and progress report discussed by the Executive Committee in this session. If you have any comments in here to address, and I'm also, if you deem pertinent, to approve the proposed resolution contained in Annex B. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. I open the floor to the plenary for any comments on the matter. Okay, I see no comments, and therefore there is nothing to comment on. So I'll ask the Director if he would like to add anything to what has been said.
No.
No? Okay. So if there are no objections, can I then declare the resolution adopted? The rapporteur, sorry. I think I had too much coffee at the break. Sorry about that. Rapporteur, can you please?
Gracias.
Thank you, President. We shall now read proposed resolution, provisional agenda of the 60th Directing Council of PAHO, 75th session of the Regional Committee of WHO for the Americas. The 172nd session of the Executive Committee, PP1, having examined the provisional agenda, document CD60/1, prepared by the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau for the 60th Directing Council of PAHO, 75th session of the Regional Committee of WHO for the Americas, presented as Annex A to document CE 172/3, PP2, bearing in mind the provisions of Article 12.c of the Constitution of the Pan American Health Organization and Rule 7 of the Rules of Procedure of the Directing Council, resolves OP to approve the provisional agenda, document CD60/1, prepared by the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau for the 60th Directing Council of PAHO, 75th session of the Regional Committee of WHO for the Americas. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I now yield the floor to the plenary for any comments on the resolution. Okay. I see none, so I believe it is appropriate at this time, since there are no objections, to declare the resolution adopted. Okay, so we are now at item 8, and this is titled Other Matters. I'd like to invite Dr. Hennis, Director of the Department of Non-Communicable Disease and Mental Health of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the head table to make some brief remarks regarding the Ministerial Conference of Small Island Developing States on Non-Communicable Diseases and Mental Health, which was held from the 14th through to the 16th of June 2023 in Bridgetown, Barbados. I attended that discussion. 20 countries participated, small island developing states, SIDS, and I thought it was quite a useful exercise, and it's very important, so I really appreciate this intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable delegates, Director of the Pan American Health Organization, Dr. Jarvis Barbosa. Thank you for the opportunity to present a brief synopsis of the ministerial meeting on NCDs and mental health in SIDS. Now, the SIDS are the small island developing states, and they are a distinct group of 39 states that face unique social, economic, and environmental vulnerabilities. 16 of the small island developing states are in the Americas, principally in the Latin and non-Latin Caribbean. There are 15 small island developing states in the Western Pacific, 6 in the Africa region, and 2 small island developing states in Southeast Asia. Now, they have particular peculiarities which make them a special case for sustainable development with their vulnerabilities and challenges as noted. They are geographically remote, they have small domestic markets and limited economies. They suffered from the aggravated effects of climate change and natural disasters such as storms and hurricanes, and in some cases, rising tides, progressively rendering some of these countries uninhabitable. They're highly dependent on international relationships and trade. They have high burdens of nutrition-related conditions such as obesity, linked to high dependency on importing poor quality food products, coupled with high risk of food insecurity. They suffer negatively from the impact of the commercial determinants of health. They have limited health system capacity, for example, in the workforce. And these vulnerabilities have all been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. SIDS countries are therefore overrepresented among countries with the highest likelihood of persons dying prematurely from non-communicable diseases. So there was a high-level technical meeting as a precursor to the ministerial meeting, which is convened by the Government of Barbados, the World Health Organization, and the Pan American Health Organization on the 17th to 18th of January of this year, which resulted in a technical outcome report that then fed into the high-level ministerial meeting, which took place in Bridgetown, Barbados, from the 13th to the 16th of June. This again was convened by the WHO, PAHO, with the Government of Barbados, and united the SIDS countries to discuss the unique challenges of NCDs, mental health, and climate change. The outcome was a political declaration, the Barbados Declaration, which was aimed at reinforcing the Port of Spain Declaration and the Samoa Pathway for Health. 31 SIDS countries participated, 20 ministers of health, and about 150 people attended the meeting in person. There was also virtual online participation. The Honorable Prime Minister of Barbados, Mayor Amor Motley, opened the conference urging us all to take stock and to define what success looks like to reduce NCDs and mental health. Director General Dr. Tedros of the WHO spoke about this unique opportunity to share our learnings and chart a bold path forward to reduce NCD premature mortality, and committed the WHO to provide additional technical assistance. The PAHO Director, Dr. Barbosa, spoke about the political leadership on NCDs and mental health in the region. He stressed the importance of increased access to screening, diagnosis, and treatment for NCDs and mental health, integrated within the primary health care, and the need to improve multi-sector policies for NCD prevention and health promotion. Persons of lived experience and youth representatives gave compelling statements urging government and civil society groups to collaborate to strengthen access to NCD and mental health services, and the consultations, discussions, and the outcome document were co-chaired by the governments of Barbados and Fiji through their ambassadors based in Geneva. And the outcome document was adopted by the high-level ministerial conference with the following commitments on NCDs and mental health in SIDS to accelerate policies and actions to prevent and control these illnesses. In sum, to address relevant factors through comprehensive rights-based and equity approaches that are grounded in local culture and traditional knowledge, urging the continued global leadership by SIDS and NCDs in mental health. The document urged SIDS to act in unity and called on the global community to support SIDS through coherent political action, partnerships, resource mobilization, and innovations, to follow actions that can address NCDs and mental health conditions as an integral part of climate change resiliency and pandemic preparedness and response, and called on all countries to provide financial and
Thank you very much, Dr. Ennis, for that intervention. Colleagues, members, I would like to make an intervention at this point on this issue as a member of a SIDS country, so in the capacity as head of delegation of Jamaica. I would like to ask the prerogative of the plenary to allow me to make this intervention, so not as chairman, but as Jamaica's rep, because I think it's important. Thank you. So firstly, I want to congratulate the WHO, PAHO, and the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Barbados, for the execution of this meeting, where 20 ministers of health from SIDS were present. Unfortunately, I was a bit concerned that ministers did not get a chance to caucus to determine joint SIDS-specific NCD policy priorities after the declaration, or certainly leading up to the declaration at the particular event. In the context of the Bridgetown Declaration, we wish therefore to call attention and urgent action on these few recommended priorities. NCDs and SIDS must be declared a global emergency, and we recommend that strong consideration be given to that. The declaration did not state or elevate the issue to that level. We think it's sufficiently important. Even at the heights of the COVID pandemic, more persons were dying from hypertension than from COVID. Worldwide, raised blood pressure is estimated to cause 7.5 million deaths each year, compared to the global COVID deaths of 1.9, 3.5, and 1.2 million deaths in 2020, 2021, and 2022, respectively. The second point is the reform of food systems. SIDS, NCD vulnerabilities and burdens are driven in part by the lack of food sovereignty. The World Trade Organization facilitates and encourages through discussions and agreements, rather than discourages, that we accept unhealthy food imports that fuel unhealthy diets, which is one of the 4 major risk factors for NCDs. NCDs are debilitating, with a higher burden on people with fewer resources, thus worsening poverty and inequality and compromising their productivity and quality of life. Thirdly, both the WHO and PAHO and individual countries have developed innovative, evidence-based, informed actions and best practices to tackle NCDs and their risk factors. For example, from the Caribbean, there has been a program that encourages physical activity and better nutrition, started in Jamaica. Jamaica Moves, elevated over time to Caribbean Moves. There's the Replace Action Package for Trans Fat Elimination, including engaging with the private sector and legislation. There's the School Nutrition Policy, again, in our country, Jamaica, but also in others, including limits on unhealthy foods in schools and curriculum revision for primary and secondary schools. And the Sickle Cell Newborn Screening Program, again in my country, for early detection and treatment to reduce morbidity and mortality. There needs to be more mechanisms for the countries to develop initiatives, particularly to their needs, and be supported in initiating and sustaining these interventions. Fourthly, ministers of health are central to driving the NCD response. There is need for an institutional SIDS NCD driver, not just a declaration. Perhaps an expansion of COSAD or PAHO/WHO supported, where SIDS ministers of health come together to discuss progress on this specific matter. This mechanism must continue the Barbados meeting framework, be driven by SIDS with support from WHO, PAHO, and should include civil society and persons living with NCDs. The private sector should be engaged in the implementation phase after priority policies have been determined by governments and their agencies. Fifthly, SIDS spend a disproportionate amount of their limited resources recovering from climate-related disasters. There's urgent need for the implementation of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index in accessing concessionary finance. While the World Health Organization does have process and outcome accountability measures, and there exists the overarching sustainable development goals, there is also a need for accountability measures from other multilateral agencies, including the IDB and the World Bank, key development agencies. In human development planning, this is my sixth point, human capital development must have health as a centerpiece. I believe COVID has demonstrated that it is the great equalizer and it undermines even economic development and growth, which means that those who plan regional or global economic modeling must see health indicators as a critical component of that. Multilaterals, including the World Bank, must prioritize health for capacity building, and particularly with respect of SIDS that are critical components of the global economy. Given not only that SIDS are among the countries with the highest risk of premature death associated with NCDs, but also having regard to their particular vulnerabilities to the triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and ecosystems loss. I thank you very much for indulging me in making this presentation on behalf of SIDS. Thank you. The floor is now open for plenary for any discussion, any comments that you may want to make. I recognize Suriname.
Thank you, Mr. President. Suriname is so far fortunate for not having directly the disastrous effects of hurricanes. But we do deal with other climate change issues such as flooding, heavy rains, too warm days, and not to forget its impact on the health of our people. We do also take part in all the SIDS meetings. Multilateral cooperation is needed towards building and pursuing a collective vision and course of action for accelerating progress towards the focus areas of SIDS, such as mental health, NCD, and climate change. Therefore, Suriname supports this resolution of Jamaica. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Any other comment? No? Okay, so at this point, I'll ask Dr. Ennis to respond to Suriname and to me. Maybe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, and certainly Suriname is included among the SIDS, and certainly the issues are specific to countries, so they may not experience the hurricanes, but they also have climate consequences such as heavy floods. And I take the point also made by you, Mr. President, about the urgency of this situation. This is actually an emergency within the context of SIDS, and the response must also be urgent in terms of its timeliness, and also it must have a proportional scope of response. So I think we stand ready to accompany the member states who are directly affected by climate, NCDs, mental health issues, which are SIDS countries, as we find a way forward to address this triple threat. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And a comment from the director, perhaps.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that, and I want to thank you, Mr. President, to bring this very important topic to the attention of our executive committee. I had the opportunity to participate in the meeting. I was in the opening ceremony, I presented closing remarks, and our team was there working with our colleagues from Geneva, supporting this very important meeting. I think that we had a very important participation from the SIDS countries, not only the ministers of health, but also academic institutions and NGOs, people with living experience of non-communicable diseases and mental health issues. So I think that it was a very important meeting. But I I really agree, and I listen very carefully, Minister Stoughton, for your remarks, very important remarks. Minister Stoughton is a leader and a champion on health promotion, on communicable disease and mental health. I really agree that sometimes we need to provide mechanisms to follow up and to guarantee the implementation of the recommendations presented in the declaration. So it's very important, and maybe we are missing, and we are committed to coordinate with our colleagues in Geneva. I will bring this to the attention of the WHO Director General, because we had 15 recommendations, very good recommendations, covering a very comprehensive package of issues that we are dealing of, from the need of a multi-sectoral action and approach to support a healthy lifestyle, because as in our region, we released a publication by the beginning of this year, Panorama, with FAO, FAO, and other UN agencies showing, for instance, that in the Caribbean, the access to healthy foods are very expensive. A family in the Caribbean, they will need to pay 50% more than a family in the US to purchase the vegetables and fruits. So it's not we are not only talking about the individual choices, but also about the public policies that need to support the healthier choices that we are convincing people that they need to adopt. We also had in this resolution the need to have non-communicable disease and mental health integrated into primary health care, to offer and to guarantee access from the most vulnerable populations for screening, diagnosis, treatment for non-communicable diseases. And I also listen this very important statement that indeed we have a global emergency related to non-communicable disease, not only because this is a very important burden in the mortality, but for many reasons that you have highlighted, Minister Tufton, because at least 1/3 of these deaths are preventable, could be prevented, because many of the deaths and the burden of diseases related to non-communicable diseases and mental health for the next generations can be prevented if we start acting now. And because the most vulnerable population, the poorest families, the communities in small island development states, they are particularly vulnerable to this issue. So indeed, I think that this is a very important point that we need to bring to the global debate, because the resolution, the declaration, sorry, was a very important one, but we really need to translate this in more global commitment about how we can support these countries and communities to address this very important issue. Thank you very much for bringing this to our attention.
Thank you very much, Director. I now yield the floor to any delegate who has something else, another issue maybe, to propose under the heading Other Matters. I take note of Mexico. Mexico, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I apologize if I refer to the same issue, but I just wanted not only to very much back what you said in your capacity as a representative of Jamaica, but there are a couple of other issues that we consider priority in Mexico. One is mental health, the other is hypertension, and certainly the third is a healthy environment. And that naturally goes to we want healthy and accessible to the health of the people who are in that environment, and that goes to nutrition. We also want to compliment the Director for everything that he has said, and you can certainly count on Mexico for our support in any of these public policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mexico. Any other matter from anyone? No? Okay. So, again, the information as discussed will be reflected in the final report on this particular issue. So we're now at the item 9, closure of the session. And in closing the session, I'd like to invite the Director to make his final remarks.
Thank you, Mr. President. The President of the 172nd Executive Committee, Honorable Christopher Tufton, Minister of Health and Wellness of Jamaica, Mr. Rapporteur, Dr. Álvaro Terrazas Peláez, Vice Minister of Bolivia, other distinguished members of the head table, Honorable Minister, Vice Ministers, Secretaries of Health of PAHO WHO member states, the distinguished member states delegates, fellow PAHO and WHO colleagues, representatives of non-governmental organizations in formal relations with the Pan American Health Organization, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to you all. It's with a wonderful sense of fulfillment that I'm standing with you this afternoon to end this 172nd session of the Executive Committee of the Pan American Health Organization. During these past 4 days, we have successfully navigated through 42 agenda items, reviewed 80 progressive reports, 5 final reports, and approved 12 resolutions. A very good production indeed, and I congratulate you for this very constructive and productive meeting. We have now come to the end of a highly productive and engaging week, and on behalf of the entire Secretariat and on my own behalf, I wish to extend my sincerest thanks and heartfelt appreciation to you all for your individual and collective contributions to delivering on this week's extensive tasks. When you, our member states, provide critical analysis of proposed policies, strategies and plans of actions, and evidence-based guidance and direction to the Secretariat, with the level of dedication and thoughtfulness that you displayed this week, you are ensuring both the quality and the relevance of PAHO's technical cooperation programs, both now and well into the future. We have emerged from the COVID-19 pandemic, and while we cannot let our guard down, we need to take this as an opportunity to accelerate action to recuperate lost public health gains and increase resilience in our health systems. It is vital that member states continue to actively participate in the discussions regarding the revision of the international health regulations and the intergovernmental negotiation body in WHO. I want to reiterate the invitation for the meeting, face-to-face meeting that we will have here in Washington in the same venue in July. We also had a very important brief session on COVID-19 response external evaluation report, which is the first external evaluation of COVID-19 response among all WHO regions, and it symbolizes a significant milestone for PAHO and the global public health community. The Bureau reaffirms our unwavering commitment to accountability, transparency, desire for improvement, and continuous learning. Let me switch to Spanish, Mr. President.
I am very pleased indeed that the external auditors have offered us their acceptance of our accounts without reserves for 2022, and we also are pleased to echo the views of these external auditors with regard to internal controls of PAHO. The Secretariat is at the moment looking at the report that the external auditors shared with us very, very close to when this meeting started, I have to say, and we are already drafting a response which we will naturally share with you, member states, in a very transparent fashion regarding the measures that we intend to take with regard to each one of those recommendations. We have very carefully been examined the progress reports and final reports that we have received on a series of different strategies and plans of action that are at the present time still being implemented or have drawn to a close. While we will continue, of course, to be building on our collective successes, we will naturally keep our eyes on persistent challenges. We want particularly to appreciate Honorable Minister Christopher Tufton of Jamaica for your excellent leadership of this meeting, and indeed our rapporteur, Vice Minister Alvaro Terrales Peláez, our Vice Chair, Mr. Manny Montones of Cuba, for the strength, the clarity, and the wisdom with which they have steered this meeting very successfully through the 172nd Executive Committee of Bajo. And thanks very, very much for the manner in which we were able to run through these issues that were weighty over the course of the week. Thanks also to the chair of the subcommittee on PASB of the Dominican Republic, as well as the rapporteurs. Our thanks go to the Deputy Director for her very committed labor, Mary Lou Valdez, as the Secretary of the Executive Committee. She unfortunately cannot be with us because of a health issue in her family. Happy to say all is well, but she felt she needed to be there to lend support to her husband. And thanks as well to all the personnel of Governing Bodies Office for their tireless efforts, bending over backwards to help us this week, and indeed many weeks prior to this one, I might add. Let me as well express my sincerest congratulations to our talented interpreters, the director kindly says, without whom we couldn't possibly understand each other so well, and also to our translators who are looking at the written transcripts that were need to know that the languages have been rendered correctly and that we all have to understand each other better. And so as we bid adieu to you all, let us recommit, friends, to the Pan-American values of equity, excellence, solidarity, respect, and integrity. Bravo for a job well done. And have a safe and pleasant trip home. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So the job is mine to officially and formally declare the close of the 172nd session of the Executive Committee of the Pan American Health Organization. I want to also lend my voice in thanking all of you for attending. I want to especially recognize the Director General and his team for their leadership. I thought that things were well organized, and I appreciate all the support I got sitting in this chair. And my apologies again for the one-day lateness due to travel arrangements. But I think we had a productive session. I'm pleased. I would like to say thanks again to all of you. Safe trip home. And if you're ever in the business of a holiday, Jamaica is a good place to visit. Thank you very much and have a good one. Thank you. I declare, I think I have to officially, as President, declare the 172nd session of the Executive Committee of the Pan American Health Organization closed. Thank you. Okay, sir.